Julius Caesar versus Augustus, two paths to absolute power. Documentary, To Fall Asleep. In the long twilight of the Roman Republic, power did not arrive all at once. It drifted in quietly, like evening light across marble floors, carried by two men whose lives would shape the fate of the ancient world in very different ways. One was brilliant, fast, and unstoppable, a man whose name echoed across battlefields and city streets alike. The other was patient, restrained, and almost invisible at first, a man who learned to survive by waiting. They were Julius Caesar and Augustus, and together they taught Rome how power could be seized and how it could be kept. This is not a story of swords clashing or crowds shouting. It is a story of time, silence, and consequence. A story meant to be listened to slowly as the mind unwinds and the world fades into the background. Julius Caesar was born into a Rome that still believed itself a republic. Laws mattered, tradition mattered. The Senate spoke in the language of ancestors and oaths, and generals were meant to lay down their swords when wars were done. Caesar understood these rules well. He simply decided they no longer applied to him. From the beginning, his life moved at speed. He spoke quickly, acted decisively, and gambled without hesitation. Where others waited for permission, Caesar created momentum. Where others debated, he crossed lines, sometimes literal ones. His rise began not in Rome, but far from it, in the muddy fields and dense forests of Gaul. There, year after year, Caesar fought, conquered, and wrote. He turned war into narrative, sending reports back to Rome that transformed brutal campaigns into stories of order, progress, and Roman destiny. Soldiers followed him, not just out of duty, but devotion. They were paid well, rewarded generously, and bound to him personally. Caesar was not merely a commander, he was the center of their world. As his victories piled up, so did fear in Rome. Senators watched nervously as Caesar's popularity grew beyond anything the Republic had known. Laws were bent to accommodate him. Offices were extended. Honors multiplied. And when the Senate finally demanded that he surrender his command and return as a private citizen, Caesar made the decision that defined his legacy. He crossed the Rubicon River with his army, declaring that the die was cast. In that moment, the Republic's fragile balance shattered. Caesar entered Rome not as a king, but as something more unsettling, a man who insisted he was still a servant of the state, even as he held all real power. He reformed calendars, restructured debts, and reshaped institutions at astonishing speed. Statues were raised, titles accumulated. He was named dictator for life, a phrase that made old Romans uneasy. Caesar did not hide his dominance. He embodied it. Power, for him, was meant to be seen, felt, and acknowledged. And yet, his reign was brief. On the Ides of March, surrounded by men who called themselves defenders of liberty, Julius Caesar was stabbed to death on the Senate floor. His blood pooled beneath the statues of Rome's ancestors, and with him died the illusion that the Republic could simply return to what it had been. Caesar had shown Rome how to take power, but he never learned how to survive it. After Caesar's death, Rome descended into chaos once more. Civil wars followed, alliances formed and collapsed, and the Republic's institutions grew weaker with every passing year. In this uncertainty stood a young man few initially feared. Octavian, slight, sickly, and unremarkable in appearance, was Caesar's adopted heir. Many assumed he would be swept aside by stronger men. They were wrong. Octavian, who would later be known as Augustus, learned from Caesar's mistakes. Where Caesar had moved too fast, Augustus slowed his steps. Where Caesar had claimed power openly, Augustus wrapped his authority in tradition and humility. He understood something deeply important. Romans did not hate power itself. They hated being reminded they had lost it. Augustus began by presenting himself as a restorer, not a ruler. He spoke endlessly of peace, stability, and the return of order. He honored the Senate publicly, even as he controlled it privately. Offices were not abolished. They were preserved, emptied of real influence, and gently placed under his supervision. The army swore loyalty not to the state, but to him personally. Yet this loyalty was framed as service to Rome. Time was Augustus's greatest weapon. He ruled not for a year or two, but for decades. Each year normalized his authority. Each generation grew up knowing no other system. Temples were built, roads repaired, and cities reshaped under his watch. Propaganda flowed quietly through poetry, architecture, and ceremony, presenting Augustus as the father of the nation, chosen by fate and approved by the gods. Unlike Caesar, Augustus did not dominate every conversation. He listened. He waited. He survived. Rivals were outmaneuvered rather than confronted. Enemies disappeared through exile, disgrace, or quiet death. Violence, when used, was distant and justified as necessary for peace. Augustus mastered the art of invisible rule. When comparing these two men, the contrast becomes almost meditative. Caesar represents action, swift, brilliant, and overwhelming. His power burned hot and bright, illuminating the sky before vanishing suddenly into darkness. Augustus represents endurance. His authority settled like evening fog, slowly covering everything until resistance felt pointless. Caesar conquered Rome emotionally. He inspired love, loyalty, and fear in equal measure. Augustus conquered Rome psychologically. He reshaped expectations, teaching people to accept control as comfort. One ruled through charisma, the other through structure. One believed power must be seized, the other knew it must be accepted. So who truly won? History remembers Caesar as a legend, his name synonymous with ambition and glory. His assassination remains one of the most famous moments in human history. But Augustus built the system that endured. The Roman Empire did not truly begin with Caesar's sword, but with Augustus's patience. It lasted centuries, shaping laws, borders, and ideas that still echo today. As the night deepens, this contrast invites reflection. Loud power fades quickly, quiet power lingers. Rome learned, through pain and time, that stability often comes not from the strongest voice, but from the most persistent presence. Caesar changed Rome in a moment. Augustus changed it forever. And so, as the story drifts to a close, imagine the city itself at rest. Marble streets cooling under the stars, temples silent, senators asleep. Somewhere in the distance, the echoes of marching legions fade into memory. 2 men, 2 paths, 1 empire. And the slow, steady realization that history is not always written by those who shout the loudest, but by those who remain standing when the noise is gone. Let the story settle. Let the past grow quiet. And let sleep come gently, as Rome once did, under the careful watch of power, learned the hard way. Close your eyes now. Let your shoulders drop. Breathe in the cool, imaginary air of a city that has been waiting for you for 2,000 years. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. We begin not with the clash of steel, but with the texture of the wind blowing through the Roman Forum on a late autumn evening, roughly 80 years before the birth of Christ. Imagine the sun dipping below the Capitoline Hill, casting long bruised shadows of violet and grey across the paving stones. The heat of the day is finally lifting, replaced by a crisp breeze that carries the scent of wood smoke from the poorer districts. The faint, salty tang of fish sauce from the markets, and the dusty metallic smell of a city that never truly stops moving. This is the twilight of the Republic, a time that feels heavy with history, even to those living in it. The Rome of this moment is not yet the gleaming city of imperial marble that movies often show us. That is a myth we have polished over centuries. In reality, this Rome is a chaotic, colorful, brick and timber labyrinth, crowded and noisy, where narrow streets twist like vines between teetering apartment blocks. It is a city of distinct sensation, the rough scrape of wool togas, the smooth coolness of temple steps, the murmuring of thousands of voices debating, bargaining, and praying. But beneath the noise, there is a feeling of unease, a sense that the old ways, the mos maiorum, the custom of the ancestors, are fraying at the edges. For centuries, Rome has been governed by a delicate balance, a system designed to prevent any single man from holding too much power for too long. But that system was built for a city-state, not an empire that spans the Mediterranean, and the weight of the world is cracking the foundation. Wealth is pouring in from conquered lands, gold and silver flowing like rivers. But it is not flowing to everyone. The rich are building villas the size of towns, while the poor crowd into the subura, hungry and restless. Historians still argue whether the Republic was truly doomed by this point, or if it could have been saved by better men. Some say the rot set in decades earlier, when political disputes turned violent for the first time. Others believe the structure was resilient, just unlucky. Regardless of when the clock started ticking, everyone can feel that the time is running out. The Senate, that great gathering of elders, still meets in the Curia, debating furiously. You can almost hear them now, their voices rising and falling in the rhythmic cadence of Latin rhetoric. They argue over grain prices, over provincial borders, over who gets to govern which distant land. Occasionally, they argue about the little things, like whose carriage blocked the sacred way, because even the masters of the world are not immune to traffic disputes. But beneath the trivialities, there is a deeper fear. The generals are out there, far from the city, commanding armies that are loyal to them, not the state. The ghosts of civil wars past, of Marius and Sulla, names that still make older senators shiver, linger in the corners of the room. Sulla had marched on Rome itself, a terrifying violation of law, and though he is gone, the lesson remains. A man with a sword and a loyal legion can rewrite the laws. It is into this fragile, fracturing world that our story truly begins. The sun has fully set now. Torches are being lit, flickering orange against the deepening blue of the sky. The forum empties of politicians and fills with the night, the beggars, the poets, the dreamers, and somewhere in this fast breathing city, among the thousands of young men seeking their fortune, is a young aristocrat with a thinning hairline and a dangerous amount of charm. He is not yet the Colossus who will stride across the world. He is just Gaius Julius Caesar, a young man with a famous name but very little money, navigating a city that is slowly, quietly slipping into the dark. He walks these streets, perhaps adjusting his toga with that loose, casual style he was famous for, a fashion choice that made the conservatives roll their eyes and mutter about poorly belted boys. They underestimate him, of course. Rome is good at underestimating the things that will eventually change it forever. But for now, the city sleeps, or tries to, under the watchful gaze of silent statues, unaware that the dawn will bring not just a new day, but a new era. The wind settles, the torches burn low, and the stage is set. The young Caesars rise to understand the Colossus. We must first look at the young man, standing alone against a storm that should have broken him. It is easy to imagine Julius Caesar as he appears in marble busts, middle-aged, stern, with a receding hairline and the weight of empire settling on his brow. But long before the legions and the laurel wreaths, he was simply a target. Rome, in the days of his youth, was a city holding its breath. The dictator Sulla had seized control, and his word was law. Sulla was a terrifying figure, a man who believed he was cleaning the republic by bleeding it dry. He posted lists in the forum, names of men declared enemies of the state, whose property could be seized and whose lives could be taken without consequence. To walk through the forum in those days was to walk through a graveyard of living ghosts, people checking the white tablets to see if they had survived another day. And on the periphery of this terror stood young Gaius Julius Caesar, barely out of his teens, yet already dangerously connected to the wrong side of history. His aunt had been married to Marius, Sulla's arch-rival, and Caesar himself had married Cornelia, the daughter of another of Sulla's enemies. In the eyes of the dictator, this young aristocrat was a walking remnant of the opposition. Sulla called him in and gave him a simple order: divorce Cornelia. It was a test of loyalty. Other men, older and more powerful than Caesar, had bowed to similar demands, trading their wives for their safety. But Caesar, with that casual, terrifying confidence that would one day cross rivers and topple kings, simply said no. It was an act of suicidal bravery. He refused to abandon his wife, turned his back on the most dangerous man in the world, and walked out of the room. It is a moment that feels almost cinematic, the kind of scene where the music would swell, but in reality, it was quiet, tense, and deeply uncertain. Caesar knew the consequences. He fled Rome that very night, slipping away into the Sabine hills to the northeast. For months, he lived as a fugitive, moving from house to house, hiding in the rugged, olive-scented countryside. He contracted malaria, shivering with fever in the damp night air, listening for the footsteps of Sulla's bounty hunters. He was eventually caught, of course. Rome's reach was long, but he bribed his way to freedom, paying a staggering sum to a patrol commander to look the other way. Even then, shivering and stripped of his inheritance, he understood that money was just a tool, something to be used to buy time. Eventually, powerful friends and the Vestal virgins intervened, pleading with Sulla to spare the boy. The dictator relented, though legend says he grumbled a warning that would echo down the decades. In this loose-belted boy, I see many Mariuses. Whether Sulla actually said this, or whether Caesar invented the quote later to polish his own myth, is something historians still debate. But the sentiment was true. Caesar survived, but he learned a lesson he would never forget. In Rome, You are either the hammer or the anvil. To distance himself from the danger, he left Italy entirely, serving in the military in the shimmering heat of the East. It was here on the waters of the Aegean Sea that one of the most famous stories of his youth took place. A story that balances on the fine line between history and fable, perfect for drifting into the realm of dreams. While traveling across the sea, Caesar's ship was captured by Cilician pirates. These were not the romantic swashbucklers of fiction, but ruthless businessmen of the waves who held wealthy Romans for ransom. They demanded 20 talents of silver for his release. Caesar, seated on the deck of their ship, perhaps looking out at the endless turquoise horizon, laughed in their faces. He told them they evidently didn't know who they had captured and insisted they ask for 50 talents instead. The pirates, confused but happy to accept more money, agreed. For nearly 40 days, Caesar lived with them on their island stronghold, while his associates gathered the funds. It was a surreal captivity. He did not act like a prisoner. He acted like a guest who was slightly annoyed by the service. He joined in their athletic games, practiced his speeches, and even read them his poetry. When the pirates didn't clap loud enough or looked bored, literary criticism is harsh in any era. He would jokingly call them illiterate barbarians and threatened to have them all crucified once he was free. They laughed, thinking it was the bravado of a soft Roman boy trying to save face. They grew fond of him, this strange, arrogant, charming aristocrat who slept among them and ordered them to be quiet when he wanted to nap. But Caesar was not joking. The moment the ransom was paid and he was released, he didn't flee to safety. He went straight to the nearest port, raised a small fleet on his own authority, and returned to the pirate stronghold. He captured them all, reclaiming his 50 talents, and all their other loot as well. True to his word, he had them executed, though he showed a strange, grim form of mercy by having their throats cut first, sparing them the prolonged agony of the cross. It was a brutal act, yet in the Roman mind, it was an act of supreme order. He had kept his word. He had restored the balance. He had proven that even when he was in chains, he was the one in command. This was the essence of the man who was slowly emerging from the chrysalis of youth, a man who bent reality to fit his own narrative. When he finally returned to Rome after Sulla's death, the city was safer, but the path to power was crowded. Caesar did not have the military glory of Pompey the Great, who was already being hailed as a hero, nor the obscene wealth of Crassus, the richest man in Rome. All Caesar had was his name, his voice, and his debt, mountains of it. He borrowed heavily to fund his rise, spending lavishly on games and public works, betting everything on his future success. He became a lawyer, standing in the forum to prosecute corrupt governors. He was mesmerizing to watch. Ancient sources tell us he had a somewhat high-pitched voice, but he commanded it with such passion and used such elegant gestures that crowds would gather just to hear him speak. He dressed with that signature flair, his toga draped loosely, a subtle signal that he was not like the stiff, buttoned-up conservatives of the Senate. He was something new, something fluid. He was climbing the ladder of offices, quaestor, aedile, praetor, each step bringing him closer to the sun, each step burying him deeper in debt. He walked a razor's edge, smiling at his creditors, while secretly knowing that only a massive command, a war of his own, could ever pay them back. He was a man gambling with his life, throwing the dice again and again, trusting that fortune would always land in his favor. And as the stars wheeled overhead and the Republic drifted closer to its breaking point, Caesar looked around and saw that he could not do it alone. He needed allies. He needed the strength of others to lift him up before he could stand above them. The board was set for the most dangerous alliance the world had ever seen. But that is a weaving for another moment. For now, see him as he was then. Young, hungry, standing on the steps of the forum as the wind tugs at his toga, watching the crowds, his mind already moving 10 moves ahead, plotting a path to the sky while the city sleeps around him, unaware of the giant crowing in its midst. The Secret Alliance Rome, in this moment, is a city of locked doors. The Senate, convinced of its own eternal wisdom, has decided to say no. It is a word they are enjoying immensely. They say no to land reforms, no to veteran pensions, and no to the ambitions of upstart generals. They believe they are holding back the tide, standing firm like a breakwater against the crashing waves of populism. But water, as any architect knows, always finds a crack. And in the year 60 BC, the water is rising. To understand how the dam finally breaks, we must look at the 3 men standing outside those locked doors, each pacing the floor, each frustrated, each wanting something the Republic refuses to give. They are an unlikely trio, men who, by all rights, should be tearing each other apart. First, there is Pompey. They call him Magnus, the Great. It is a title he borrowed from Alexander, and he wears it without a hint of irony. He is the hero of the hour, a man with a soft, somewhat doughy face that sculptors try their best to make rugged, and a head of hair that he styles in a dashing swept-back wave. Pompey has just returned from the East, where he redrew the map of the world. He conquered kingdoms, annexed provinces, and marched into Jerusalem. He brought so much gold back to Rome that he permanently raised the standard of living for the entire city. He is a superstar, the kind of man whose carriage stops traffic. But now, he is a superstar with a headache. He has thousands of loyal veterans, men who bled for him in the deserts of Syria and the mountains of Mithridates, and he promised them land for their retirement. The Senate, led by the stoic and stubborn Cato, has blocked him at every turn, fearful of his influence. Pompey, a man used to commanding kings, finds himself humiliated by bureaucrats. Then there is Crassus. If Pompey is the sword of Rome, Crassus is its wallet. He is the wealthiest man in the history of the city, a real estate mogul who owns silver mines, apartment blocks, and vast estates. There is a dark joke whispered in the alleys of Rome about how Crassus made his fortune. He organized a private fire brigade, and when a house caught fire, he would rush to the scene, not to put it out, but to buy the burning building from the desperate owner for pennies. Only when the deed was signed would he order his men to turn on the water. It is a story that illustrates his soul, practical, ruthless, and unsentimental. But despite his mountains of gold, Crassus carries a heavy chip on his shoulder. He envies Pompey's military glory. He crushed the slave revolt of Spartacus years ago, yet Pompey arrived at the last minute to steal the credit. Crassus wants respect. He wants tax breaks for his business partners. And like Pompey, he is finding the Senate's door firmly bolted. And finally, between these two titans who despise each other, stands Caesar. He is the junior partner, the least wealthy, the least powerful. He is just a candidate for the consulship, drowning in debt and scandal. But Caesar has something the others lack: a genius for connection. He looks at Pompey's fame and Crassus's money, and he sees the missing pieces of a puzzle. He understands that if these two men continue to fight, the Senate wins. But if they were to join forces, if the money of Crassus could fund the ambition of Caesar, and the soldiers of Pompey could enforce it, they would be unstoppable. And so, the invitation is sent. It is one of history's most intriguing what-if moments. A dinner, a meeting, a quiet conversation in a room far from the prying eyes of the forum. Historians still argue over the exact date and details of this pact. But we can imagine the atmosphere: the flickering oil lamps, the tension in the air as Pompey and Crassus refuse to look at each other, and Caesar, pouring the wine, soothing egos, weaving a web of logic around them. He proposes a three-headed alliance. They will pool their resources. They will support his bid for consul, the highest office in the land. And once he is in power, he will grant them everything the Senate has denied. It is illegal, strictly speaking. No. But it is a conspiracy against the spirit of the Republic. It is a shadow government. They agree. The handshake is made. The first triumvirate is born. Though at the time, nobody calls it that. They simply call it friendship. The effect is immediate and terrifyingly effective. Caesar is elected consul, and he hits the ground running like a battering ram. He brings Pompey's land bill to the Senate. When Cato tries to filibuster, speaking until sunset to prevent a vote, a favorite tactic of his, Caesar has him arrested. When the other consul, a conservative man named Bibulus, tries to intervene, Caesar's supporters dump a basket of manure over his head in the forum. It is a moment of crude, slapstick chaos that signals the end of politeness. Poor Bibulus, humiliated and terrified, retreats to his house and refuses to come out for the rest of the year, claiming he is watching the skies for omens. The joke around Rome becomes that the year is not the consulship of Bibulus and Caesar, but the consulship of Julius and Caesar. The three men divide the state like a loaf of bread. Pompey gets his land, Crassus gets his financial rebates, and Caesar gets what he truly wants: a 5-year command in Gaul. He needs a war. He needs a conquest that will rival Pompey's and make him rich enough to pay off Crassus. He needs to leave Rome to save himself. But before he goes, he seals the alliance with something more binding than a handshake. He offers his daughter, Julia, in marriage to Pompey. This is a political transaction, pure and simple. A young woman given to a man older than her father to cement a deal. It should be a tragedy. And yet, history surprises us. By all accounts, Julia and Pompey fall deeply, genuinely in love. The old general becomes captivated by his young, intelligent bride. He begins to spend more time at his country villas with her, neglecting politics, softening his edges. It is a rare, tender flower, blooming in the middle of a battlefield. This love becomes the anchor of the triumvirate, the one emotional thread holding the egos of these ambitious men together. As long as Julia lives, the bond holds. The city of Rome, however, is uneasy. The three-headed monster, as the scholar Varro calls it, casts a long shadow. The Senate is powerless, muttering in the wings. The people are thrilled by the cheap grain and the spectacles, but the thoughtful ones, the ones who watch the stars and read the histories, feel a chill. The machinery of the Republic has been hijacked. The steering wheel is in the hands of three men who answer to no one but themselves. And Caesar having turned the city upside down in a single year, is now looking north. He stands at the gates of Rome, his legions gathering, his eyes fixed on the blue, misty mountains of the Alps. Beyond them lies Gaul, a land of deep forests, fierce warriors, and endless mystery. He is leaving the snake pit of Roman politics for the wolf den of the wilderness. He packs his scrolls, his armor, and his ambition. He says goodbye to the cobblestones of the Forum, not knowing how long it will be before he sees them again, or what kind of man he will be when he returns. The alliance is secure. The power is consolidated. The silence of the conspiracy settles over the city, heavy and expectant. And in the north, the wind begins to howl through the trees, whispering a name that will soon be shouted by millions. The paved roads of Italy eventually give way to dirt, and the warm golden light of the Mediterranean filters out, replaced by the grey filtering mist of the north. To cross the Alps in the ancient world is to step off the edge of the known map. Behind Caesar lies Rome, a city of stone, law, and geometric order. Ahead lies Gaul, a vast, breathing ocean of green, stretching from the mountains to the Atlantic, from the Pyrenees to the mysterious dark waters of the Rhine. To the Roman mind, Gaul is not just a place, it is a psychological state. It is the home of the boogeyman. Centuries ago, Gauls had sacked Rome, a trauma burnt deep into the city's collective memory. Mothers still frighten their children with stories of the tall, pale warriors with lime-washed hair and thunderous voices. But Caesar does not see monsters. He sees opportunity. He sees a fractured kaleidoscope of tribes, the Aedui, the Helvetii, the Belgae, proud, quarrelsome, and fatally divided. He enters this world not tentatively, but with the heavy, rhythmic tread of the legions, a sound that will become the heartbeat of the province for the next 8 years. Imagine the sensory shock for a soldier marching north. The air here is different, thinner, sharper, smelling of pine resin, deep loam, and distant snow. The forests are immense, canopying the world in eternal twilight. Romans, who are obsessed with sunlight and open piazzas, find these woods claustrophobic. They call it the Silva Carbonaria, the charcoal forest, or the Ardennes, a tangled web of ancient oaks where visibility drops to a few yards, and every snapping twig sounds like an ambush. It is a world of shadows where the Druids gather in sacred groves to perform rituals that the Romans whisper about with a mix of horror and fascination. Caesar brings his own atmosphere with him. He is 40 years old, physically hardening rather than softening. He marches at the head of his men, often on foot, bareheaded in the rain and sun. He eats what they eat: hard bread, bacon, sour wine. This is calculated, of course. Everything Caesar does is a calculation. But it works. The soldiers see a general who suffers with them. They begin to call him Imperator, not just as a title, but as a term of endearment. There is a joke that runs through the ranks, a bit of gallows humor shared around the campfires. The general is bald because he pulls his hair out, waiting for us to catch up. It isn't true, but it makes them chuckle as they scrape the Gallic mud from their sandals. The war begins not with an invasion, but with a migration. The Helvetii, a massive confederation of tribes, decide to move across Gaul to find better land. It is a moving city of wagons, families, and cattle. Caesar declares this a threat to the stability of the province. Historians still argue whether the Helvetii were truly a danger or simply a convenient excuse for Caesar to start a war he desperately needed. The numbers he reports: over 300,000 people are likely inflated, a common trick of ancient propaganda to make the victory seem grander. But the conflict is real enough. Caesar moves with terrifying speed, celeritas, the Romans call it. He intercepts them, walls them in, and crushes them. It is the first lesson in a long curriculum. Roman engineering is deadlier than Roman swords. This becomes the defining theme of the Gallic Wars. It is a conflict between bravery and geometry. The Gauls are fierce, fighting with long slashing swords and heroic individual courage. They value personal glory. Caesar values the grid. He fights with shovels and pickaxes as much as with pila and gladius. Every night, no matter how tired the men are, the legion digs a fortified camp. A perfect square, a ditch, a wall, a palisade. In the middle of the chaotic wilderness, they build a little patch of Rome every single night. It is a psychological weapon. It tells the enemy, we are not just visitors. We are inevitable. The apex of this psychological warfare comes when Caesar decides to cross the Rhine. The river is wide, fast, and dangerous, considered a natural border ordained by the gods. The German tribes on the other side mock him from the far bank, secure in the knowledge that no Roman army can cross such a torrent without boats, which they do not have. Caesar decides he will not use boats. Boats are unstable. Boats are for traders. He wants to walk. In 10 days, a time frame that seems impossible even to modern engineers, his legions fell the timber, drive piles into the riverbed, and construct a massive wooden bridge. It is a masterpiece of military architecture. The current only drives the piles deeper, making the structure stronger. Caesar marches his army across, dry-footed, the rhythmic thud of hobnailed boots echoing over the water. He burns a few villages, accepts the terrified submission of the tribes, and then, after 18 days, he marches back and dismantles the bridge. He doesn't need to hold the territory. He just needed to prove a point. He has conquered the river itself. The message is clear. There is nowhere you can hide where I cannot build a road to reach you. But the glory of the memoirs hides the grim reality of the years. The campaigns are brutal. The weather is a constant enemy. It rains incessantly, turning the battlefields into sucking quagmires where armor rusts and leather rots. The legions trudge through snowdrifts in the mountains, wrapped in heavy wool, their breath steaming in the cold air. They fight not just warriors, but hunger. Logistics, the art of moving grain, becomes more important than tactics. Caesar becomes a master of the supply chain, knowing exactly how many bushels of wheat a legion consumes in a week, and he is ruthless in securing it. There are moments of strange cultural collision. We have accounts of Caesar sitting down to negotiate with Gallic chieftains, men with heavy gold torques around their necks and mustache styles that wouldn't look out of place in a hipster cafe today. They exchange hostages, they drink wine, they stare at each other across the divide of language and custom. Caesar learns to respect their cavalry, eventually hiring German horsemen to fight for him, recognizing that his own Roman equestrians are inferior. He adapts, he absorbs. He is a sponge for utility, taking whatever works and discarding what doesn't. Yet, a shadow is growing. For years, Caesar plays the tribes against each other, using old rivalries to keep them weak. But slowly, the Gauls begin to realize that the Roman is not going home. A young nobleman named Vercingetorix begins to speak of something new. Unity. He is charismatic, severe, and disciplined, a dark mirror to Caesar himself. He tells the tribes that they must burn their own fields, starve the Romans out, and fight as one nation. The scattered fires of resistance are beginning to join into a single roaring blaze. But for now, Caesar is still the master of the narrative. He sits in his tent late at night, the rain drumming on the leather roof, a single oil lamp burning. He is writing. He writes in the third person. Caesar did this. Caesar thought that. He is crafting the lens through which Rome will see him. He strips away the mud, the blood, and the questionable ethics, leaving behind a story of necessity and glory. He is creating a legend, page by page, sending his words over the Alps to a city that is simultaneously terrified and enthralled by the man he is becoming. The distance between him and Rome grows, not just in miles, but in spirit. He is no longer just a politician. He is a warlord, a king in all but name, surrounded by men who would die for him. The forests of Gaul have changed him, hardened him like iron dipped in cold water. He has stared into the dark woods and found that he does not fear the monsters. He has become the thing that others fear. And as the winter snows begin to fall, sealing the passes and isolating the army once more, Caesar knows that the hardest battles are not the ones behind him in the woods, but the ones waiting for him back home, in the marble halls where his enemies are sharpening their knives. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the camp is asleep and the only sound is the shifting of sentries in the mud, Caesar sits at a folding wooden table. The air in the tent is stale, smelling of old leather and lamp oil. He dips a reed pen into an inkwell and begins to scratch across a roll of papyrus. He is tired. His eyes likely sting from the smoke. But he writes with the same relentless energy he brings to the battlefield. He is not just fighting a war in Gaul. He is fighting a war for his reputation in Rome, and his weapon of choice is the sentence. These writings will become known as the Commentarii de Bello Gallico, the Gallic Wars. They are a masterpiece of political propaganda disguised as objective history. Caesar makes a brilliant stylistic choice. He writes about himself in the third person. He does not say, "I decided to attack at dawn." He writes, "Caesar, having observed the enemy's position, ordered the advance." It sounds detached, professional, almost like the voice of history itself speaking. It creates a subtle psychological effect on the reader. If Caesar is a character in a story, he feels larger than life, inevitable, a force of nature rather than a man who might be tired or afraid. He writes in a style that is clean, sparse, and elegant. Cicero, the greatest orator of the age and a man who usually finds Caesar's politics detestable, admits that Caesar's prose is like a beautiful, unadorned statue, striking in its simplicity. There is no flowery rhetoric, no wasted breath. It is the language of action. But beneath the crisp Latin lies a carefully curated reality. He highlights the bravery of his soldiers, naming centurions who performed heroic feats, knowing that when these stories are read aloud in the forum, the families of those men will swell with pride and loyalty. He describes the Gauls as fierce and worthy opponents, because the greater the enemy, the greater the glory in defeating them. But he also paints them as chaotic and unreliable, reinforcing the idea that Rome brings order to a barbaric world. Back in Rome, these dispatches are the ancient equivalent of a serialized blockbuster drama. People gather in the forum to hear them read aloud. They listen, rapt, as the professional readers declaim the latest news from the north. They cheer at the victories, gasp at the near misses, and laugh at the descriptions of strange German beasts. Caesar becomes a household name, a celebrity general whose adventures are the talk of every dinner party and tavern. He is absent, yet he is the most present man in the city. He is winning the hearts of the common people, the plebs, who see him not as a distant aristocrat, but as a hero expanding the glory of Rome. But while the ink is drying on these pages, the invisible threads that bind Caesar to safety are snapping, one by one. The triumvirate, that three-headed monster that held the Republic in a chokehold, relied on delicate personal connections to function. And tragedy, as it often does, strikes at the heart. In 54 BC, a letter arrives in Caesar's camp that no amount of Stoic philosophy can soften. It brings news from Rome that his daughter, Julia, is dead. She died in childbirth, along with the infant. Caesar is devastated. By all accounts, he loved his daughter deeply, and her death leaves a hollow space in his world. But the political consequences are just as shattering. Julia was the bridge between Caesar and Pompey. She was the one person who made Pompey feel like Caesar's family rather than his rival. With her gone, Pompey is just a grieving widower with a lot of jealous advisors whispering in his ear. He declines Caesar's offer of a new marriage alliance. The emotional anchor is gone, and the drift begins. Then the second blow falls, this time from the burning sands of the east. Crassus, the third leg of the tripod, feels left behind. While Caesar is conquering Gaul and Pompey is governing the Mediterranean from Rome, Crassus decides he needs a war of his own to prove he is still a titan. He marches into Parthia, modern-day Iran, seeking glory and gold. It is a disaster. At the Battle of Kari, his army is outmaneuvered by Parthian horse archers in the open desert. The Roman legions, usually so invincible, are pinned down under a rain of arrows that blots out the sun. Crassus is killed. The legends about his death are gruesome and likely apocryphal. Stories say the Parthians poured molten gold down his throat to mock his greed. But the reality is stark enough. His head is used as a prop in a Parthian stage play. The richest man in Rome, the financier of the alliance, is dead. The triumvirate is no more. Now, there are only two men left, standing on the seesaw, Caesar and Pompey. And without Crassus to weigh down the middle, the balance cannot hold. In Rome, the mood shifts. The Senate, sensing the widening rift, moves to court Pompey. They appeal to his vanity. They tell him he is the true protector of the Republic, the only man who can save Rome from the tyrant in Gaul. Pompey, who has always wanted to be loved more than he wanted to be radical, begins to listen. He starts to drift back toward the aristocracy, toward the very men who once blocked his land bills. They are using him, and he likely knows it, but they offer him legitimacy, and that is a powerful drug for an aging revolutionary. Caesar watches this from afar, through the filter of delayed letters and spy reports. He sees the trap closing. His command in Gaul is set to expire. The Senate plans to strip him of his immunity, bring him back to Rome as a private citizen, and prosecute him for the irregularities of his consulship years ago. They want to ruin him, exile him, perhaps even kill him. He has two choices: surrender and face political annihilation, or hold on to his power and face civil war. He tries to negotiate. He sends letters, written with that same persuasive pen, offering compromises. I will lay down my command if Pompey does the same, he writes. Let us both disarm. It is a reasonable offer, one that would save the peace. But the hardliners in the Senate, men like Cato, want Caesar's head. They refuse. They push Pompey to refuse. They corner the wolf, believing they can chain him. The years of the Gallic Wars end not with a triumph, but with a tense standoff. The forests are conquered, Vercingetorix is in chains, and the map of Rome has been redrawn. But the man who did it is now an outlaw in the eyes of his own government. The inkwell is dry. The time for writing history is over. Caesar stands on the border of his province, looking south toward the smudge of the Apennine Mountains. The winter air is cold, but the heat of the coming conflict is already rising. He realizes that words, no matter how beautiful, can no longer save him. The next chapter will not be written with a reed pen. It will be written with iron. The border of the Roman world is not a wall of stone or a mountain range. In January of 49 BC, it is a shallow, muddy stream in northern Italy called the Rubicon. It is a river so insignificant that today geographers are not entirely sure which modern creek corresponds to the ancient boundary. It is narrow, swollen with winter rain, and red with the clay of the riverbed, hence its name, Rubico, the Red River. To the casual traveler, it is nothing more than a place to water a horse. But in the eyes of the law, it is the edge of a cliff. South of this water lies Italy proper, the sacred heart of the Republic. No general is permitted to lead an army across it. To step into that water with weapons is to declare war on Rome itself. It is the ultimate taboo, a line drawn in the mud that separates the citizen from the traitor. Caesar stands on the northern bank in the deepening twilight. He is not surrounded by his entire army. Most of his legions are still far behind in Gaul. He has with him only the 13th Legion, about 5,000 men. It is a tiny force to conquer a world. But they are hard men, veterans who have marched through the hell of the northern forests for him. They stand in the gloom, their armor muffled to prevent noise, the breath of horses steaming in the cold January air. They are waiting for a word, just one word. History often paints men like Caesar as unshakable, moving with the certainty of machines. But the ancient sources tell us that here, on the brink, Caesar hesitates. He understands the magnitude of what he is about to do. He turns to his staff, to his friends, and speaks softly. "We can still turn back," he says, staring at the dark, rushing water. "But once we cross that little bridge, everything will have to be decided by arms." It is a rare glimpse of vulnerability. He is weighing the destruction of the Republic against his own survival. He knows that crossing this stream means civil war, death, and chaos. But he also knows that staying on this bank means his own political execution. The moment stretches. The wind rustles the reeds. The horses stamp their hooves in the mud. And then the decision settles over him like a cloak. He quotes a line from the Greek playwright Menander, a favorite of his. He does not shout it like a general. He says it like a gambler, throwing his last chips onto the table. Alea iacta est, he says. The die is cast. It is a gambling metaphor. He is acknowledging that the outcome is no longer in his hands. It belongs to fortune now. He spurs his horse forward. The animal's hooves splash into the icy water, shattering the reflection of the moon. He rides across, his officers following, and then the legion. the rhythmic splashing of 5,000 men wading through the stream, the only sound of the Republic breaking. There are no trumpets, no speeches, no thunder from the heavens. Just the wet, heavy sound of boots on mud. They emerge on the southern bank, dripping and cold, and the world has changed. News travels fast in the ancient world, but fear travels faster. As Caesar moves south, securing towns not with slaughter, but with terrifying speed. Rumors fly ahead of him towards Rome. The stories grow wilder with every mile. People say he is coming with an army of Gauls, giant barbarians, who will sack the city. They say he is burning everything in his path. None of it is true. Caesar is actually being remarkably lenient, pardoning enemies and forbidding looting. But the truth cannot catch up to the panic. In Rome, the reaction is not a mobilized defense. It is a collapse. The Senate, so brave when writing letters, suddenly realizes it has no legions in Italy to stop him. Pompey, the great protector, is stunned. He had boasted that he only needed to stamp his foot, and armies would spring from the Italian earth. Now he stamps his foot, and there is only silence. He realizes, with a dawning horror, that he cannot hold Rome. He has the authority, but Caesar has the momentum. What follows is one of the most chaotic scenes in the city's history. It is known as the Great Flight. Pompey declares that Rome cannot be defended. He orders the Senate and all honest citizens to evacuate the city. It is a shocking command. Rome is the seat of empire, the home of the gods. To abandon it is unthinkable. But Pompey is leaving, heading south to the port of Brundisium to sail for Greece, where he can raise a massive army to retake Italy later. The result is a traffic jam of historic proportions. Imagine the Appian Way, the great road leading south, clogged with the carriages of the aristocracy. Senators, who usually move with such dignity, are throwing their silver, their statues, and their wives into wagons, fleeing in the middle of the night. It is a panic of the privileged. Cicero, the great orator, is caught in the middle of it, wringing his hands, writing frantic letters to everyone, unsure whether to stay or go. He calls Pompey's plan disgraceful, yet he packs his bags all the same. The city gates are jammed. Torches bob in the darkness as the rich flee the monster they believe is coming. But the monster does not come. At least, not yet. Caesar moves methodically, securing the peninsula town by town. He is playing a different game. He wants to be seen not as an invader, but as a reasonable man forced into a corner. When he captures opposing officers, he does not execute them. He sets them free. He tells them, "Go tell the world that Caesar is merciful." It is a masterstroke of psychological warfare. It confuses his enemies. It makes Pompey look hysterical for running away. By the time Caesar reaches Rome, the city is strangely quiet. The great houses on the Palatine Hill are empty, their doors locked, their masters gone across the sea. The Senate house is silent. Caesar enters the city, not with fire and sword, but with a strange, melancholy calm. He walks the streets he hasn't seen in nearly a decade. He calls a meeting of the Rump Senate, the few senators who were too old or too stubborn to run away. He asks for their help. They are terrified, but they refuse to legitimize him. They are still afraid of Pompey's retribution if he returns. Caesar sighs. If they will not help him with the law, he will help himself to the treasury. He marches to the temple of Saturn, where the state's gold is stored. A tribune, a brave young official named Metellus, stands in front of the locked doors. He invokes the law, shouting that it is illegal to touch the sacred funds. Caesar, his patience finally wearing thin, looks at the young man and puts his hand on his sword hilt. "Step aside, young man," he says, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "It is easier for me to do this than to say it." The tribune steps aside. The doors are smashed open. Caesar takes the gold. The Republic's savings, accumulated over centuries, are now his war chest. He has the city. He has the money. But he does not have the victory. Pompey has escaped across the Adriatic Sea, taking the legitimacy of the government with him. The war has not been won. It has simply moved. The board has expanded. Now the entire Mediterranean will be their battlefield. As Caesar stands in the empty forum, watching the dust settle, he knows there is no going back to the river. The water has washed away the past. He is the master of Rome, but he is a master surrounded by ghosts. The real fight, the fight against the brother-in-law he once loved, is waiting for him across the waves. The die is cast indeed, but it has not yet stopped rolling. The war now leaps off the map of Italy and spills across the sea, turning the entire Mediterranean into a chessboard of tragedy. It is no longer a dispute between politicians. It is a fracture running through the bedrock of the world. Rome is fighting itself. The same language is shouted by officers on both sides. The same eagles are painted on the shields. Brothers stand across the field from brothers, cousins against cousins. It is a civil war in the truest, most terrible sense. A family feud armed with heavy infantry. Caesar, ever the gambler, does the unthinkable. He crosses the Adriatic Sea in winter. In the ancient world, sailing in winter is not just dangerous. It is considered a form of madness. The storms are violent, the winds unpredictable, and the harbors are often closed. Pompey's navy, commanded by Bibulus, the man on whom Caesar had once dumped manure, patrols the waters, confident that no one would dare such a crossing. But Caesar dares. He slips past the blockade with a skeleton force, landing on the wild coast of Greece like a ghost in the night. It is a move so reckless that when the rest of his army is delayed by storms, Caesar famously attempts to sail back alone in a small fisherman's boat to fetch them, telling the terrified captain, "Fear not, you carry Caesar and his fortune." He is forced back by the waves, but the message is clear. He believes the universe itself is bending to his will. The two great armies finally collide on the dusty plains of Thessaly, near a place called Pharsalus. It is August 48 BC. The heat is oppressive. The air smells of dry sage, baked earth, and the sweat of nearly 80,000 men. Pompey does not want to fight this battle. This is a historical truth that adds a layer of deep melancholy to the event. Pompey is a strategist of the old school. He knows he has Caesar trapped. Caesar's men are hungry, exhausted, and cut off from supplies. Pompey wants to wait, to starve them into submission without shedding a drop of Roman blood. It is the wise move. But Pompey is no longer the master of his own camp. He is surrounded by the senators who fled Rome with him. Men who are loud, arrogant, and impatient. They mock him, calling him Agamemnon and King of Kings, implying he is dragging the war out for his own ego. They argue over who will get Caesar's house and who will take his title of Pontifex Maximus. They are dividing the spoils before the battle is even fought. Broken by their taunts and fearing he will lose his authority, Pompey relents. He orders the lines to form. He chooses honor over wisdom, and it seals his fate. The two armies line up. Pompey has the numbers. nearly 45,000 men against Caesar's 22,000. He has a massive advantage in cavalry, young aristocrats on fine horses who are eager to ride down Caesar's exhausted veterans. The plan is simple. The cavalry will smash into Caesar's right flank, roll up the line, and the war will be over by lunchtime. Caesar, sitting on his horse, sees the trap instantly. He knows he cannot win a fair fight, so he decides to cheat. He pulls men from his rear lines, 6 cohorts of his toughest, grisliest veterans, and hides them behind his cavalry, screened from view. He gives them a specific, brutal order. When the enemy horses charge, do not throw your javelins. Instead, use them as spears and aim for the faces of the riders. He knows that the young aristocrats, vain and inexperienced, will panic if their faces are targeted. The battle begins in a silence that must have been deafening. Usually, armies charge with a roar, but Pompey orders his men to stand still, hoping Caesar's troops will exhaust themselves running the distance. Caesar's men, disciplined professionals, realize what is happening. They stop halfway, catch their breath, reform their lines, and then charge again. The clash of shields echoes off the surrounding mountains. Then Pompey unleashes his cavalry. They thunder forward, a wave of horse and steel meant to drown the rebellion. But just as they crest the rise, Caesar's hidden fourth line steps out of the dust. They stab upward, aiming for eyes and mouths. The young aristocrats panic. They reel back. The charge collapses. The hunters become the hunted. Caesar's hidden infantry crashes into the flank of Pompey's army, and the line begins to buckle. What happens next is the collapse of a legend. Pompey the Great, the man who had never lost a war, watches his world disintegrate. He does not rally his men. He does not ride into the fray to die a hero's death. He goes into shock. He turns his horse, rides quietly back to his camp, walks into his tent, and sits down. He sits there for a long time, staring at nothing, until the sounds of fighting reach the ramparts. Then he takes off his general's cloak, puts on ordinary clothes, and slips out the back way. The Great has left the building. When Caesar's men storm Pompey's camp, they find a scene that disgusts them. The tents are decked out for a victory party. There are tables set with fine silver, bowls of fruit, and wine cooling in the shade. The senators had been so sure of victory, they had prepared the feast in advance. Caesar's starving soldiers eat the food and marvel at the arrogance of the men they just defeated. Caesar himself walks the battlefield as the sun sets. The ground is littered with thousands of Roman bodies, the flower of the Republic, dead in the dust. He does not celebrate. Ancient historians record that he looked out over the carnage and spoke a sentence that is both an accusation and a lament. Hoc volurunt, he says, they would have it so. It is a chilling epitaph. He is shifting the blame, telling history that he gave them every chance for peace, but they forced him to do this. He is right, and he is wrong, in the way that only tragic figures can be. He orders that the letters of Pompey found in the camp be burned unread. He does not want to know who in Rome was conspiring against him. He wants reconciliation, not revenge. He grants clemency to any Roman who asks for it. Among those who surrender that day is a young, intense man named Marcus Brutus. Caesar welcomes him with open arms, treating him like a son. It is an act of kindness that will eventually kill him. But on this day, it feels like mercy. The war is technically over, but the chase is not. Pompey is gone, He is a fugitive now, sailing east with a small band of followers, looking for a safe harbor. He decides to go to Egypt. It is a logical choice. The Ptolemaic kings of Egypt owe him debts of loyalty. He believes he will find sanctuary there, a place to rest and rebuild. Caesar follows. He is not just chasing a rival. He is chasing the loose end that keeps the war from ending. He sails to Alexandria with a small force, expecting a final confrontation. But as his ship approaches the harbor of the great city, the wind carries a strange stillness. He does not know it yet, but he is sailing into a story that is no longer about Rome. He is sailing into the world of the East, of ancient gods and golden masks, where the rules of the Republic dissolve in the desert heat. The battle of iron is done. The battle of seduction is about to begin. Pompey has arrived before him, but the welcome he received was not what he expected. The sands of Egypt are waiting, and they are hungry for Roman blood. The sun sets on Pharsalus, on the dead, and on the old world. When it rises again, it will shine on a different empire and a different queen. The ship glides into the harbor of Alexandria, cutting through water that is a startling deep turquoise, quite unlike the grey churn of the Atlantic or the dark blue of the open Mediterranean. Alexandria is not Rome. It is a city of light, of white marble blinding under a relentless sun, dominated by the Pharaoh's lighthouse, a man-made mountain of stone that guides ships with a fire that never goes out. To Caesar, standing on the deck, this city represents the oldest wealth in the world. But as he steps onto the pier, the air feels heavy, thick with the scent of unwashed nets, exotic spices, and treachery. He has come for Pompey. He expects to find his rival humbled, perhaps ready to negotiate. Instead, he finds a welcoming committee from the boy King Ptolemy XIII. They are smiling, eager to please the new master of the world. A man named Theodotus, a rhetoric tutor who believes words can justify anything, steps forward. He presents a basket. With a flourish, he reveals the contents. The severed head of Pompey the Great and his signet ring. The Egyptians expect Caesar to applaud. They reasoned that a dead enemy does not bite. They are wrong. Ancient sources tell us that Caesar turned away in horror. He wept. This was not the ending he had written. Pompey was his son-in-law, his old friend, a fellow Roman. To see him butchered by foreign mercenaries on a sandy beach was an insult to the dignity of Rome itself. It was a violation of the unwritten rules of their duel. Caesar took the ring, but he refused to look at the face. In that moment, the boy King Ptolemy made a fatal error. He thought he was doing Caesar a favor, but he had only proven that he was a chaotic child who could not be trusted. Caesar decides to stay. He marches into the royal palace with his lictors, the fasces, the bundles of rods and axes that symbolize Roman authority, held high. He treats the palace not as a guest house, but as a headquarters. He demands the repayment of old debts. He starts issuing orders. The people of Alexandria, a volatile and proud mix of Greeks and Egyptians, are furious. Riots break out in the streets. Caesar is effectively trapped in the palace complex, a prisoner of his own arrogance, surrounded by a hostile city. But the palace has other secrets. One evening, a small boat slips into the harbor at dusk. A merchant arrives at the gates, claiming to have a delivery for the Roman general. He carries a heavy roll of bedding, often romanticized as a carpet, though historians suggest it was likely a sturdy laundry sack or bed sack. The guards let him pass. The bundle is brought to Caesar's private chambers. The merchant unties the knots, the fabric falls away, and out rolls Cleopatra. She is 21 years old. Caesar is 52. The contrast is stark, yet the chemistry is immediate. History has often painted Cleopatra as a stunning beauty, a femme fatale who bewitched men with her looks. But coins from her reign show a woman with a strong hooked nose and a prominent chin, features of character, not of a doll. Her power lay not in her face, but in her voice. Plutarch tells us it was like an instrument of many strings, capable of switching effortlessly between languages. She was the first of her dynasty to actually learn Egyptian. She was brilliant, funny, dangerous, and desperate. She needs Caesar's legions to regain her throne from her brother. He needs her money and her grain to feed Rome. It is a transaction, yes, but it becomes something more. That night, the alliance is forged, and the next morning, when Caesar presents her to a shocked younger brother, the balance of power in the East shifts forever. The boy king throws a tantrum, throwing his diadem on the ground and weeping in the streets. But it is too late. The adults are talking now. For months, they are besieged in the palace. It is a strange, claustrophobic war. Outside, the mob screams and fires arrows. Inside, Caesar and Cleopatra debate strategy and perhaps philosophy, surrounded by the luxury of the Ptolemies. At one point, Caesar's men are forced to set fire to the Egyptian fleet in the harbor to prevent it from being captured. The fire spreads, and a warehouse near the Great Library catches flame. Legend says the library itself burned, consuming the knowledge of the ancient world. Though modern scholars believe the damage was likely limited to a storage depot of scrolls, still, the image of words turning to ash while an empire is born is a haunting one. When reinforcements finally arrive and the boy king's army is defeated, Ptolemy XIII drowns in the Nile, his golden armor weighing him down in the silt. Caesar does not rush back to Rome. He stays. For the first time in his life, the man of speed slows down. He and Cleopatra embark on a cruise up the Nile. Imagine the scene as a dreamscape. A massive royal barge, essentially a floating palace, drifting slowly against the current. The banks of the river are green with papyrus and palm trees. Beyond them, the endless gold of the desert. They pass the pyramids, already ancient, standing silent against the blue sky. They pass the temples of Karnak and Luxor, where gods with the heads of hawks and jackals are worshipped in cool, dark sanctuaries. For Caesar, this is a revelation. In Rome, he is a magistrate, bound by laws and term limits. Here, the ruler is a god. He sees how the Egyptians worship Cleopatra, not just as a queen, but as Isis incarnate. He sees a model of power that is absolute, divine, and eternal. He looks at the calendar, the stars, the administration of this ancient land, and his mind, always working, even in leisure, begins to take notes. He will bring the solar calendar back to Rome, a gift from the Nile that we still use today. And there is another result of this journey. Cleopatra is pregnant. She will give birth to a son, whom she names Ptolemy Caesar, but whom the Alexandrians, with a mix of affection and mockery, call Caesarion, Little Caesar. He is the only known biological son of Julius Caesar. He is a living bridge between West and East, a child who carries the blood of the Roman goddess Venus, claimed by Caesar, and the Egyptian god Amun. But the dream cannot last. Rome is calling. The letters piling up on his desk are frantic. There are riots in the Forum, mutinies in the legions, and remnants of Pompey's supporters gathering in Africa and Spain. The holiday is over. Caesar must leave the floating world of the Nile and return to the iron reality of his life. He leaves Cleopatra behind, though he promises to bring her to Rome. He boards his ship, turning his back on the lotus-scented air of Egypt. He is different now. He has tasted kingship. He has seen what it means to rule without apology. As the lighthouse fades into the mist behind him, he is no longer just the defender of the Republic's rights. He is a man who has looked into the eyes of pharaohs and realized that he is their equal. He sails for modern-day Turkey to crush a rebellion by a king named Pharnaces. The campaign is so swift, so effortless compared to the grinding siege of Alexandria, that he dismisses it with a 3-word report to the Senate. Veni, vidi, vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. It is a boast, but it is also a sigh of impatience. He is tired of the fighting. He wants to build. He wants to fix the broken clockwork of the world. He returns to Rome, but he brings the echo of Egypt with him. The shadows of the pyramids seem to stretch across the Mediterranean, touching the 7 hills. The Republic is dead, though few want to admit it. The empire is gestating, and in the dark corners of the Senate House, the knives are being sharpened, not because Caesar has failed, but because he has succeeded too well. The man who conquered the world is about to find that his own city is the most dangerous territory of all. When Caesar finally returns to Rome to stay, he brings with him a sense of urgency that borders on the frantic. The city he enters is tired, battered by years of uncertainty. But Caesar does not offer it rest. He offers it a revolution of efficiency. He has seen the disorganized, muddy reality of the world, and he intends to fix it, all of it, right now. He acts like a man who knows, on some instinctual level, that the sand in his hourglass is running low. He does not govern. He rewrites reality. His first enemy is not a politician, but time itself. For centuries, the Roman calendar has been a chaotic mess, a lunar system that drifts out of sync with the seasons. By the time Caesar takes charge, the harvest festivals are happening before the crops are ripe. It is a symbol of the Republic's dysfunction. They cannot even keep track of the sun. Caesar, using the knowledge he absorbed from the astronomers of Egypt, introduces a new system, the Julian calendar. It is a solar calendar, rational, orderly, and virtually identical to the one we use today. But to align the new year with the sun, he has to add months to the current year to catch up. The year 46 BC becomes the longest year in human history, 445 days long. The Romans, with their dry wit, call it the year of confusion. People joke that they are living in a time warp, that Caesar has now conquered the zodiac just as he conquered Gaul. Cicero, grumpy as ever, quips that when the constellation Lyra rises, it does so by imperial decree. It is a light-hearted complaint, but it carries a sharp edge. Does this man control the stars now too? With time corrected, Caesar turns to the city. He begins massive building projects. He plans a new library to rival Alexandria's, a new theater, and a diversion of the Tiber River to prevent flooding. He reforms the debt laws to save the economy, settles his veterans on land overseas to reduce overcrowding, and grants citizenship to people outside of Italy, integrating them into the empire. He works with a furious energy, dictating letters to 4 secretaries at once. his mind jumping from drainage systems to foreign policy in the blink of an eye. To the common people, he is a miracle worker. He is the only one getting things done. But to the Senate, he is a nightmare. The Senate was designed to be a debating club, a place where slow deliberation was considered a virtue. Caesar has no patience for it. When he sits in the Senate house, or rather, when he summons the Senate to meet him at his own temple, he barely pretends to listen. He is often seen reading his mail while others are speaking. He appoints new senators, filling the empty seats with his own loyalists, including some provincials from Gaul. The old aristocracy is horrified. They whisper that these newcomers probably don't even know the way to the forum, let alone the traditions of the ancestors. He accumulates titles like a collector. He is named Pater Patriae, Father of the Country. He is made consul for 10 years. And finally, in February of 44 BC, he accepts the title that seals his fate, Dictator Perpetuo, dictator for life. In the Roman constitution, a dictator was a temporary emergency measure, a safety valve used for 6 months at a time. To make it permanent is to break the machine. It is a declaration that the emergency will never end. And then, there is the matter of the style. Caesar begins to dress the part. He wears the high red boots of the ancient Alban kings. He wears a triumphal robe of solid purple, the color of royalty, on ordinary days. He wears a laurel wreath of gold at all times. The official reason is that it honors his victories. The unofficial reason, whispered by gossips, is that he is sensitive about his baldness, and the wreath covers the thinning patch perfectly. He is a man who can conquer the world, but cannot conquer his own hairline. The tension reaches a breaking point with the arrival of a visitor. Cleopatra comes to Rome. She does not sneak in. She arrives with a massive entourage, staying in Caesar's villa across the Tiber. It is a scandal of epic proportions. Rome is a patriarchy that prides itself on austere, masculine virtue. Here is a foreign queen, an African monarch living openly with the dictator of Rome, while his lawful Roman wife, Calpurnia, sits quietly at home. Caesar even erects a golden statue of Cleopatra in the temple of Venus Genetrix, placing his mistress next to the goddess of his family. It is hubris. It is an insult to every conservative bone in the Roman body. Cicero writes venomous letters to his friends, saying, "I hate the queen." He isn't the only one. Yet, for all his intelligence, Caesar seems blind to the hatred festering around him. He dismisses his bodyguard. He walks the streets with only his lictors and his friends. When people warn him of plots, he waves them away, saying, "It is better to die once than to live always in fear of death." He believes that his survival is necessary for the state. "If anything happens to me," he says, "Rome will not find peace. It will suffer civil wars far worse than before." He is entirely correct, of course, but being right is rarely a defense against a dagger. The question of king hangs in the air like smoke. Romans have a pathological hatred of the word rex, king. It has been a dirty word for 500 years, ever since they kicked out the Tarquins. Caesar knows this. He dances around the title. At the festival of Lupercalia in February, a bizarre scene plays out. Mark Antony, Caesar's loyal and brawny lieutenant, runs up to Caesar, who is sitting on a golden chair, and offers him a diadem, a white ribbon that symbolizes kingship. The crowd watches in dead silence. Caesar pushes it away. The crowd cheers. Antony offers it again. Caesar pushes it away again. Harder. The crowd roars with approval. Caesar orders the diadem to be sent to the temple of Jupiter, saying, "Jupiter is the only king of the Romans." Was it a staged piece of theater to prove he didn't want the crown? Or was it a trial balloon to see if the people would accept it? Historians still argue over Caesar's true intentions. Did he want the title or just the power? Perhaps he thought the title was just a word, and he was already above words. Whatever the truth, the senators watching the spectacle do not see a man refusing a crown. They see a man playing games with their liberty. The conspiracy begins to take shape, not in dark alleys, but in the finest houses of Rome. It is led by Gaius Cassius Longinus, a sharp-faced, resentful man who fought against Caesar in the civil war and was pardoned. He recruits Marcus Brutus, the soul of the conspiracy. Brutus is Caesar's friend, but he claims descent from the ancient Brutus who expelled the kings 5 centuries ago. He is a man at war with himself, torn between his love for Caesar and his duty to his name. "I love him," Brutus might have thought, "but I must love Rome more." They gather a group of about 60 men. They call themselves the Liberatores, the Liberators. They are not anarchists. They are senators, judges, generals. They believe that if they cut off the head of the snake, the republic will magically spring back to life, healthy and whole. It is a naive hope, born of desperation. They set a date, the Ides of March, the 15th. The Senate is scheduled to meet in the theater of Pompey, a delicious irony, to kill Caesar in the house built by his dead rival. As the day approaches, the atmosphere in Rome grows thick with omens. The ancient sources pile them on: lights in the sky, men on fire who do not burn, a sacrificial bull found with no heart. These are likely later embellishments, stories told to make the event feel fated. But there is a very real sense of unease. Calpurnia has nightmares. She begs him not to go to the Senate that day. A soothsayer, Spurina, famously warns him to beware the Ides of March. On the morning of the 15th, Caesar almost stays home. He is not feeling well. His epilepsy has been troubling him, and the bad dreams have rattled him. But one of the conspirators, Decimus Brutus, a different Brutus, a trusted general of Caesar's, comes to the house. He mocks the fears. "What will the Senate think," he asks, "if Caesar stays home because his wife had a bad dream?" He appeals to Caesar's vanity. He tells him the Senate is ready to vote him a new honor. Caesar listens. He puts on his toga. He adjusts the wreath on his head. He steps out into the sunlight. The air is crisp. The city is noisy. He sees the soothsayer Spurina in the crowd and calls out to him, smiling. The Ides of March have come. Spurina looks at him, unsmiling, and replies softly, "Yes, Caesar, but they have not yet gone." The dictator walks on, moving towards the stone theater, where 60 knives are waiting under 60 togas. He is walking into history's most famous trap, believing he is the architect of the future, unaware that he has already become a relic of the past. The time for reform is over. The time for consequences has begun. The Senate is not meeting in its usual home, the Curia, which is currently being rebuilt by Caesar himself. Instead, they gather in the Curia of Pompey, a large meeting hall attached to the magnificent theater complex built by Caesar's old rival. The irony is heavy, almost literary in its cruelty. The stone statue of Pompey the Great stands in the corner, looking down with blank marble eyes at the proceedings. Caesar enters the complex, the noise of the city fading behind the heavy doors. He is wearing his purple toga, the symbol of his triumph and his office. Outside the main doors, a critical part of the plot is unfolding. Mark Antony, Caesar's co-consul and most loyal enforcer, is a dangerous man, strong, impulsive, and fierce. If he enters the room, he might physically defend Caesar. So, the conspirators have assigned Gaius Trebonius to intercept him. Trebonius stops Antony in the antechamber, engaging him in a long, winding conversation about business or news. Antony, unsuspecting and polite, lingers outside, laughing at a joke, while just a few yards away, the history of the world is about to snap. Caesar walks into the hall. The senators rise out of respect. It is a sea of white wool and red borders. He moves toward his golden chair, the Sella Curulis, placed prominently at the front. As he takes his seat, the conspirators begin to drift toward him. They do not look like assassins. They look like petitioners. They crowd around his chair, pressing close, their hands hidden in the folds of their togas. They are smiling, nodding, creating a wall of bodies that cuts Caesar off from the rest of the room. One man, Julius Caesar, steps forward to lead the charade. He presents a petition asking for his exiled brother to be allowed to return to Rome. It is a reasonable request, but the timing is aggressive. Caesar waves him away, saying, "Not now." Caesar persists. He grabs Caesar's toga at the shoulders, pulling the fabric down, restricting Caesar's movement. Caesar is annoyed. "This is violence," he snaps, trying to stand. That is the signal. From behind, Publius Servilius Casca strikes the first blow. He is nervous. His hand shakes. The dagger grazes Caesar's neck, a shallow, non-lethal wound. Caesar, shocked but still the soldier who fought in the forests of Gaul, reacts instantly. He catches Casca's arm, twisting it, and shouts in Latin, "Villain Casca, what are you doing?" Casca, terrified by the strength of the old dictator, screams in Greek to his brother for help. "Brother, help me." The dam breaks. The other conspirators rush in. They have sworn a pact that every single one of them must strike Caesar, so that the guilt or the glory is shared equally. It becomes a frenzy. It is not a precise surgical removal of a tyrant. It is a butcher's panic. They are pushing and shoving, blinding each other with their flapping togas. In the confusion, they cut one another. Brutus is slashed in the hand by a fellow conspirator. Caesar fights back. He is unarmed, holding only a stylus, a sharp metal pen used for writing on wax tablets. But he stabs at them, twisting his body to avoid the blades. He is shouting, struggling, a wolf cornered by a pack of dogs. For a few seconds, the room is filled with the grunt of exertion, the tear of fabric, and the wet sound of steel hitting flesh. The other senators, the hundreds not involved in the plot, stand frozen in their seats, paralyzed by the sudden eruption of violence. They do not rush to help. They do not run. They simply watch, struck dumb by the impossibility of what they are seeing. Then, Caesar sees Brutus, Marcus Brutus, the son of his mistress Servilia, the man he treated with such favor, pushes through the crowd with his dagger drawn. History has given us the line, "Et tu, Brute?" You too, Brutus, thanks to Shakespeare. But the ancient historian Suetonius suggests something even more haunting. He reports that Caesar said nothing, or perhaps whispered in Greek, "Kai su, teknon?" You too, my child? Whether he speaks or not, the fight goes out of him. The realization that Brutus is among them breaks his will to survive. He stops struggling. In a final act of supreme dignity, He pulls the top of his toga over his face. He wants to die without them seeing his pain. He uses his free hand to smooth down the lower part of his toga, ensuring that he falls decently, with his legs covered. It is a deeply Roman concern to maintain dignitas even in the moment of death. He falls. He does not fall just anywhere. He collapses at the base of the statue of Pompey. The blood sprays onto the pedestal. Pompey, who could not defeat him in life, now presides over his death. Caesar lies still, pierced by 23 wounds. The autopsy report, the earliest one recorded in history, will later state that only one of the wounds, the second one to the chest, was fatal. The rest were the frantic marks of men trying to convince themselves they were heroes. The violence stops as quickly as it began. The conspirators stand back, chests heaving, their togas stained with bright arterial red. The silence that follows is heavy and terrifying. Brutus turns to the stunned Senate, raising his bloody dagger. He tries to make a speech. He shouts, "People of Rome, we are once again free." He calls out to Cicero, who is in the room, trying to associate the famous orator with their deed. But there is no applause. There is no cheering. The senators do not hail them as liberators. They panic. The spell of shock breaks, and the room erupts into chaos. Senators scramble over benches, rushing for the doors. They trample each other to get out. Antony, realizing what has happened, sheds his consul's robe and flees in disguise, fearing he is next. The conspirators are left standing alone in the empty hall, confused. They expected a celebration. Instead, they have cleared the room. They march out into the city, linking arms, their weapons still bloody, shouting about liberty. They expect the people in the streets to join them. But the people of Rome are not the Senate. They do not care about abstract concepts of republican liberty. They care that their hero, the man who gave them money and bread and victories, is dead. As the news spreads, Caesar is dead, Caesar is murdered. The mood in the streets turns from confusion to a low, menacing rumble. Shopkeepers close their shutters. Families lock their doors. The city holds its breath, waiting for the lightning that must surely follow this thunder. Back in the theater, the body remains. For hours, the master of the world lies alone on the cold stone floor. The most powerful man on earth is suddenly just meat. Eventually, 3 of his slaves, boys, whose names history has mostly forgotten, though one tradition names them as a Jewish servant, and 2 others, creep into the hall. They are terrified, but their loyalty is stronger than their fear. They gently lift the body. Caesar is heavy, and his arm hangs loose. They place him on a litter. Because there are only 3 of them, the litter tilts awkwardly, and observers note the strange, pathetic sight of the dictator's arms swinging back and forth as they carry him home through the darkening streets. The sun sets on the Ides of March. The conspirators, now barricaded on the Capitoline Hill, are beginning to realize they have made a catastrophic miscalculation. They killed the man, but they did not kill his ghost. They did not kill the love the soldiers had for him, or the adoration of the mob. They thought they were restoring the past. Instead, they have just opened the door to a future more violent than anything they could imagine. In the house of Caesar, his wife Calpurnia sits with the body. She washes the blood from his face, the face she had warned him would lead to this. She begins to weep, not just for her husband, but for the storm she knows is coming. And somewhere in the city, a young, sickly teenager named Octavian is about to receive a letter that will change his name and the world forever. The knife has done its work. Now, the consequences begin to bleed out. In the days immediately following the assassination, Rome does not explode, it simmers. The city is in a state of paralysis, a cold peace, held together by fear. The conspirators, Brutus and Cassius, are holed up on the Capitoline Hill, surrounded by their gladiators, looking down nervously at the Forum. They expected to be greeted as saviors, but the silence of the streets is deafening. Down below, Mark Antony has barricaded himself in his house, unsure if the knives are coming for him next. It is a standoff. The machinery of the state has stopped, and everyone is waiting to see who will blink first. Eventually, a compromise is hammered out in the Temple of Tellus. It is a masterpiece of political hypocrisy. The Senate votes to grant amnesty to the assassins. No one will be prosecuted for the murder. In exchange, all of Caesar's appointments and decrees will remain valid. It is a deal that makes no sense. If Caesar was a tyrant, his laws should be annulled. If his laws are good, his murder should be punished. But logic has left the building. They are trying to paste the Republic back together with paper and spit. The peace holds for exactly 3 days. Then comes the funeral. It is March the 20th. The mood in the Forum is thick, oppressive, and hot. A massive crowd has gathered, a crushing weight of humanity pressing against the rostra. These are the plebs, the common people who loved Caesar. They have come to say goodbye to the man who gave them feasts, who forgave their debts, who made them feel like the masters of the world. The air smells of sweat, unwashed wool, and the faint, acrid scent of incense. The body of the dictator is carried into the Forum on an ivory couch draped with gold and purple. It is placed inside a small gilded shrine modeled after the Temple of Venus. Crucially, the body itself is hidden from view, likely because the wounds and decomposition would be too gruesome for a public spectacle. But Mark Antony, who is delivering the eulogy, knows that grief needs a focal point. He knows that a hidden body is too abstract. He needs them to see the blood. Antony steps up to the rostra. He is a large man, muscular and imposing, a soldier who knows how to project his voice over the noise of a battlefield. He does not begin with the polished rhetoric of Cicero. He begins by reading the will. The Vestal virgins have handed over the document, and its contents are a bombshell. Caesar has left his vast gardens across the Tiber to the public as a park. He has left a gift of 75 drachmas, a significant sum, perhaps 3 months' wages for a laborer, to every single male citizen in Rome. The crowd gasps. The narrative shifts instantly. This was not a tyrant who hoarded power. This was a father who provided for his children even from beyond the grave. The murmur of the crowd turns from sorrow to anger. They killed our benefactor. The people whisper. They killed the man who cared for us. Antony senses the shift. He begins to speak of Caesar's victories, of the mercy he showed to the very men who stabbed him. He reminds them of the oaths these senators swore to protect Caesar's life. Then, in a moment of theatrical genius that no playwright could improve upon, Antony reaches into the shrine and pulls out the toga Caesar was wearing when he died. It is stained dark with dried blood and tattered with holes. Antony shakes it out before the crowd. He points to the rips in the fabric. Here is where Casca struck, he might have cried, though the exact words are lost to the wind. Here is where Cassius pierced him. The visual impact is devastating. The crowd begins to weep openly. But Antony is not done. He has one final prop, a piece of technology designed to break the mob's sanity. A mechanism is raised from the shrine, a rotating wax effigy of Caesar, life-sized and terrifyingly realistic. It turns slowly on a pivot for all to see. The artist has sculpted every wound in gruesome detail. It looks as though the dead man himself has risen to accuse his murderers. That is the spark. The forum explodes. The mob loses its mind. They are no longer mourning. They are hunting. They begin to tear apart the wooden benches of the courts. They smash the chairs, the tables, the stalls of the market. They pile the wood high in the center of the forum, right over the spot where the body lies. They are building a funeral pyre. They throw their own cloaks onto the fire, their jewelry, the instruments of the musicians. The fire roars to life, a chaotic, unholy blaze that threatens to consume the nearby temples. Caesar is cremated not in an orderly ritual on the field of Mars, but in the heart of the city, in a riot of fire and rage. The heat is intense, warping the stones of the pavement. The smoke billows up, black and oily, a signal to the rest of the city that the peace is over. The mob, fueled by the fire, grabs torches from the pyre and runs towards the houses of the conspirators. They are screaming for blood. Brutus and Cassius, watching from their safe houses, realize with horror that they have lost the narrative. They are not heroes. They are pariahs. They pack their bags and flee the city in the dead of night, running for their lives from the people they claimed to liberate. In the midst of this terror, there is a moment of dark, tragic absurdity that captures the madness of the night. A poet named Helvius Cinna is walking through the streets, perhaps going to the funeral to pay his respects. He is a quiet man, a friend of Caesar's, a man of words, not swords. The mob surrounds him. "Who are you?" they demand, their faces twisted by the torchlight. "I am Cinna," he replies. The crowd roars. There is a conspirator named Cornelius Cinna. They think they have found one of the assassins. "No, no," the poet cries, waving his hands. "I am Cinna the poet. I am the poet." It does not matter. In the blind fury of the riot, a name is a death sentence. The mob tears him to pieces right there on the cobblestones. It is a brutal, senseless death, a grim joke played by fate. It signifies that nuance is dead, poetry is dead, only anger remains. By morning, the fires have burned down to embers. The forum is a wreck of charred wood and melted bronze. The body of Julius Caesar is nothing but ash and bone, which will be gathered by his family and placed in the family tomb. But the city is changed. The conspirators are gone, fleeing to the east to raise armies. Antony stands as the master of Rome, the man who successfully rode the tiger of the mob without being eaten. He has the will, he has the soldiers, and he has the support of the people. He believes he has won the game. But in the reading of that will, there was a detail Antony glossed over, a detail he dismissed as a minor family matter. Caesar did not name Antony as his primary heir. He named a sickly 19-year-old grandnephew who was currently studying in Albania, a boy with no political experience, no army, and a bad stomach. Antony likely laughed when he heard it. What could a teenager possibly do against a veteran general like him? He does not know that the boy is already on a boat, sailing across the Adriatic, staring at the horizon with eyes that are cold, calculating, and utterly devoid of fear. The fire in the forum was the end of Caesar, but it was the forge that would create Augustus. The funeral is over. The war for the inheritance is about to begin. Across the Adriatic Sea, in the quiet university town of Apollonia, the world is still calm. The spring sun warms the stone steps, where students of rhetoric and philosophy gather to debate the nature of the good life. Among them is a young man who seems singularly ill-equipped for greatness. He is 19 years old, short, slight of build, with a complexion that spots easily in the sun. He suffers from a delicate stomach, frequent colds, and a limp that comes and goes. His name is Gaius Octavius. To the casual observer, he is just another wealthy Roman teenager sent abroad to finish his education, while his famous great-uncle runs the world. But appearances in Rome are rarely the truth. Beneath the pale skin and the unassuming manner lies a mind like a diamond, hard, cold, and capable of cutting through anything. The news of the Ides of March reaches Apollonia not as a shout, but as a breathless messenger, dusty and terrified, carrying a letter from Octavius's mother, Atia. The message is short and devastating. Caesar is dead, murdered in the Senate. The city is in chaos. Come home, but be careful. Trust no one. His friends and tutors, panic-stricken, advise him to flee north into Macedonia, to hide in the mountains until the storm passes. They tell him that as Caesar's blood relative, he is a target. The smart move, the safe move, is to vanish. Octavius listens to them. He nods politely. And then, with a terrifying stillness that will become his trademark, he rejects their advice entirely. He does not run away from the fire. He decides to walk straight into it. He boards a ship for Italy. He lands at a small, obscure port near Brundisium, avoiding the main harbor where enemies might be waiting. It is here that he receives the full text of Caesar's will. He reads the document that Mark Antony had glossed over so dismissively. The words are clear. I adopt Gaius Octavius into my family and name him my primary heir. In Roman law, this is not just a transfer of money, it is a transfer of identity. In that moment, Gaius Octavius ceases to exist. He becomes Gaius Julius Caesar. Historians, for the sake of clarity, call him Octavian during this period to distinguish him from the original. But he never used that name. To his face, from this day forward, he demands to be called Caesar. It is a political masterstroke. By taking the name, he claims the legend. He wraps himself in the ghost of the martyr. When he walks into a room, he forces everyone to say the name of the man they murdered. He begins his march toward Rome, not with an army, but with a name. And something remarkable happens. As he passes through the countryside, the veterans of Caesar's old legions, men now farming small plots of land, hear that Caesar has returned. They drop their plows. They dust off their old armor. They come out to the road to see him. They see a boy who looks nothing like their old commander. He is small where Julius was tall, quiet where Julius was boisterous. But he has the name, and he has the money. Octavian begins to pay them. He uses the inheritance, and even his own family funds, to offer bonuses. A retinue begins to form around him, a growing snowball of hardened soldiers protecting a frail teenager. When he finally reaches Rome, the city is a snake pit. Mark Antony is currently the master of the board, strutting through the forum, hungover and powerful. He has seized Caesar's papers and his treasury, and he is spending the money freely. When Octavian requests a meeting, Antony keeps him waiting in the antechamber like a servant. When the boy is finally admitted, Antony treats him with amused contempt. He calls him boy, pure. He pats him on the head, metaphorically speaking. When Octavian asks for the money to pay Caesar's bequest to the people, the 75 drachmas promised to every citizen, Antony laughs. "The money is gone," he says, "spent on state business. Go back to your books, boy." It is a fatal mistake. Antony assumes Octavian is a greedy heir looking for a payout. He does not realize he is dealing with a predator. Octavian leaves the meeting and does something that leaves the city breathless. He puts his own estates up for sale. He borrows money from his family and friends. He goes to the money lenders. He scrapes together millions of sesterces and announces that he will pay Caesar's legacy to the people out of his own pocket. The public relations victory is absolute. The people of Rome see Antony as the man who stole their money, and Octavian as the noble young hero sacrificing his own fortune to keep his father's promise. The mob begins to chant his name in the streets. "Caesar! Caesar!" Antony is furious. He has been outmaneuvered by a teenager who looks like he needs a nap. But Octavian knows he cannot defeat Antony alone. He needs allies within the political establishment. He turns his gaze to the most respected and most vain man in the Senate, Marcus Tullius Cicero. Cicero is an old man now, weary and disillusioned. He hated Julius Caesar's dictatorship, and he initially rejoiced at the assassination. But now he fears Antony, seeing him as a drunken brute who will be even worse than Caesar. Octavian plays Cicero like a harp. He writes him flattering letters. He calls him father. He asks for his wisdom and guidance. He promises that he is just a tool to be used by the Senate to restore the Republic. Cicero, blinded by his own ego, falls for it completely. He believes he can control this young man. He famously quips to a friend in a letter, "The young man is to be praised, decorated, and immortalized." In Latin, the word for immortalized, talendum, has a double meaning. It can mean raised up to glory or taken away, that is, killed. Cicero thinks he is being clever. He plans to use Octavian's army to crush Antony and then discard the boy when he is done. Historians often pause here to marvel at the irony. Cicero, the greatest intellect of his age, the master of words, is being outplayed by a 19-year-old who barely speaks. Octavian knows exactly what Cicero means by immortalized. He smiles, keeps his counsel, and continues to gather his legions. The tension in Italy finally snaps. Antony, feeling his power slipping away as the Senate turns against him, decides to march north to seize the province of Cisalpine Gaul. He besieges the governor there, Decimus Brutus, one of the assassins. The Senate, urged on by Cicero's fiery speeches, the Philippics, declares Antony an enemy of the state. They send the two consuls of the year, Hirtius and Pansa, to fight him, and because they need more men, they officially give Octavian a command, pro-praetorian power, legitimizing his private army. The armies clash at the Battle of Mutina in April of 43 BC. It is a messy, bloody affair fought in the mud. Octavian is there, though accounts of his bravery vary. Some say he fought in the front lines. Others, less charitable, say he disappeared during the fighting and came back when the dust settled. But the result is what matters. Antony is defeated and forced to flee across the Alps. But the victory comes with a twist of fate so convenient that it raises eyebrows to this day. Both of the Senate's consuls, Hirtius and Pansa, die. One is killed in battle. The other dies of wounds days later. Suddenly, the Senate's official armies are leaderless, and the only man left standing with a legion at his back is the boy. Cicero and the Senate breathe a sigh of relief. Antony is running. The war is won. They send a message to Octavian. Good job. You can dismiss your troops now. We'll take it from here. They plan to give the triumph to Decimus Brutus, the assassin. They treat Octavian as an employee whose contract has expired. Octavian does not dismiss his troops. He stops. He looks at the message, and then he looks at his soldiers, men who are loyal to him, not to the old men in the Senate. He turns his army around. He does not march after Antony. He marches on Rome. It is a moment of pure, cold shock. The Senate realizes too late that they have handed a sword to a tiger. Octavian sends a centurion named Cornelius into the Senate house. The soldier is blunt. He throws back his cloak, puts his hand on the hilt of his sword, and says to the terrified assembly, "If you do not give him the consulship, this will give it to him." There is no debate. There is no filibuster. The doors of the treasury are thrown open to pay his troops. Octavian is elected consul at the age of 19, an office legally reserved for men of 42. He stands on the steps of the temple, offering sacrifice, his face impassive as the smoke rises. He has done the impossible. He has seized the state without winning a single major war on his own. He has used his enemies to destroy each other. Cicero, watching from his villa, realizes with a sinking heart that his pun about immortalizing the boy has backfired. The boy has raised himself up, and now he is looking at the list of men who murdered his father, and the list of men who laughed at him. He is not done. He is just getting started. The boy who inherited a name has now inherited the world, and he intends to clean it. History often turns on the quietest of moments. After the noise of the Senate and the shouting of the legions, the fate of the Western world is decided on a small, insignificant island in the middle of a river. The river is the Lavinius, near the city of Bononia, modern-day Bologna. It is late October in the year 43 BC. The water is cold, rushing over grey stones, carrying the fallen leaves of autumn toward the sea. The sky is a flat, steel grey, promising a hard winter. On the banks of this river, 3 immense armies stand watching each other in a tense silence. They are like packs of wolves that have met in a clearing, unsure whether to tear each other apart or hunt together. On one side stands Mark Antony, the battered but unbroken veteran, his cloak stained with the dust of his retreat across the Alps. With him is Lepidus, a wealthy aristocratic general who has served as the bridge between the warring factions. On the other side stands Octavian, the boy consul, the 19-year-old who has defied every expectation and every law of Rome. The logic of the situation is brutal. Octavian has been sent by the Senate to destroy Antony, but Octavian knows that if he destroys Antony, the Senate, led by Cicero, will simply discard him next. He realizes that his true enemies are not the men across the river, but the men back in Rome who murdered his father. And so he does the unthinkable. He stops the war. He sends a message across the water, not of defiance, but of invitation. The 3 men agree to meet alone on the island. A small wooden bridge is built to connect it to the banks. The protocol is paranoid and precise. They approach from opposite sides, walking slowly. They are alone, visible to their armies, but out of earshot. Before they speak a word, they stop and search each other for hidden daggers. It is a moment that strips away all the pomp of Rome. They are not consuls or generals here. They are just 3 men in a cage of their own making, terrified of betrayal. They sit down. We are told they sit for 3 days. Imagine the scene: the damp chill of the river air, the sound of the water muffling their voices, the scratching of styluses on wax tablets. This is the birth of the Second Triumvirate. Unlike the alliance of Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus, which was a secret handshake in a back room, this is a formal legal structure. They are writing a new constitution on the spot. They title themselves the Tresviri Re Publicae Constituendi. 3 men for the restoration of the Republic. It is a title that Orwell would have appreciated. They are restoring the Republic by dismantling it completely. They take out a map of the Roman world and begin to carve it up like a roast dinner. Antony, the senior partner, takes the lion's share, the wealthy, hardened provinces of Gaul. From there, he can threaten Rome whenever he pleases. Lepidus, the man everyone underestimates, takes Spain and Narbonensis. And Octavian, the boy is given the scraps. He gets Africa, Sicily, and Sardinia, provinces that are currently either rebellious or strategically difficult. It seems like a humiliation. Antony likely smirked as the lines were drawn, believing he had sidelined the teenager. But Octavian accepts it without complaint. He knows that land is just dirt. The real prize is legitimacy, and he has just bought himself a seat at the table. But a new government needs 2 things: money to pay the legions, and security to prevent another Ides of March. The treasury in Rome is empty. The assassins, Brutus and Cassius, are gathering massive armies in the east, fueled by the taxes of Asia. The triumvirs need gold, and they need it fast. This leads to the darkest chapter of their alliance. As the sun dips low over the river, casting long shadows across the table, the conversation turns from geography to biology. They need to eliminate their enemies here in Italy before they can march east. They cannot afford to leave a hostile Senate behind their backs. They decide to revive the terror of Sulla. They decide to make a list. These are the prescriptions. It is a bureaucratic word for mass murder. They write down the names of senators and knights who are enemies of the state. Anyone on the list loses their citizenship and their life. Their property is seized by the state. Anyone who kills a proscribed man and brings his head to the forum is paid a reward. It is a terrifyingly efficient way to raise money and settle scores simultaneously. But the list requires sacrifice. This is not just business, it is personal. Each man has friends the others hate. Each man has family the others fear. To seal the bond, they have to trade lives. It is a grim barter. Antony demands the death of a man who has insulted him. Lepidus agrees, but only if Antony gives up his own uncle. Antony agrees. Lepidus gives up his brother. They are cutting away their own limbs to survive. And then, the name that hangs in the air like a storm cloud is spoken. Marcus Tullius Cicero. Antony hates Cicero with a burning, visceral passion. Cicero's speeches, the Philippics, destroyed Antony's reputation, painting him as a drunkard and a tyrant. Antony slams his hand on the table. He wants Cicero's head. History tells us that Octavian hesitated. For 2 days, the young man argued to save his father. Cicero had been his patron, his stairway to power. Octavian knew that killing the greatest orator in Rome would stain his reputation forever. Was his hesitation genuine, or was it a performance, a way to tell history later? I tried, but they forced me. We will never know the contents of his heart, only his actions. In the end, The logic of power wins. Octavian relents. He trades the life of the old man who championed him for the support of the legions who will sustain him. He dips his stylus into the wax and marks the name. Cicero is doomed. The meeting ends. The three men rise, stiff from the cold and the weight of their decisions. They shake hands, perhaps the most blood-stained handshake in history. They walk back across the bridge to their respective armies. The trumpets sound, the soldiers cheer, relieved that they will not have to fight their comrades. They do not know the price that has just been paid for this peace. Messengers are dispatched immediately to Rome. They ride hard, changing horses at way stations, racing the sunset. They carry the lists. When they arrive in the city, the reaction is not panic, not at first, but confusion. The lists are posted in the forum on white boards with black lettering. People crowd around to read them, thinking they are new laws or festival announcements. Then, a scream cuts through the noise. A man sees his own name. Another sees his brother's. The terror begins slowly, like a fog rolling in. The city gates are locked. Soldiers begin to move through the streets, checking faces against the descriptions on their scrolls. The wealthy, the outspoken, the unlucky, they bolt their doors and hide in attics, in cellars, in the sewers. Rome, which had just celebrated the liberation from Caesar's dictatorship, now finds itself under the heel of a three-headed tyranny, far more ruthless than the one that came before. Octavian marches back to Rome, not as a savior this time, but as an executioner. He enters the city in silence. He is no longer the naive boy from Apollonia. The river meeting has changed him. He has looked into the abyss of political necessity and jumped in with both feet. He has learned that in the game of empire, loyalty is a currency that devalues quickly, and the only permanent asset is survival. As the nights grow longer and the winter sets in, the triumvirate settles into the business of ruling. They move into the mansions of the men they have just proscribed. They drink the wine from their cellars. They divide the spoils. But the ghost of the Republic is not quite dead yet. Far away in the east, Brutus and Cassius are sharpening their swords, waiting for the inevitable clash. And in a villa near the coast, an old man named Cicero sees a flock of crows circling his roof and knows, with the weary certainty of a philosopher, that his time has run out. The pen has lost to the sword. The silence of the island is replaced by the weeping of the city. The Roman winter of 43 BC is remembered not for its frost, but for its silence. It is a silence born of terror, a heavy blanket that smothers the usual chaotic noise of the city. In the forum, where the air usually vibrates with the shouts of fishmongers and the arguments of lawyers, people now walk with their heads down, eyes fixed on the pavement. To look up is to risk seeing something that cannot be unseen. To speak is to risk being overheard. The proscriptions are in full effect. The lists of names posted on the whiteboards have turned the city into a hunting ground. Rome has become a marketplace of death. The triumvirs have placed a price on the heads of their enemies. 25,000 drachmas for a free man who brings in a head, 10,000 for a slave who does the same, plus immediate freedom and citizenship. It is a terrifying economic incentive. Suddenly, every household is a potential trap. Wives look at husbands with calculation. Slaves look at masters with new eyes. The bonds of loyalty, the social glue of the Republic, dissolve in the acid of survival. Stories from this time are a mix of heartbreaking tragedy and grim absurdity. We hear of men hiding in sewers, disguising themselves as charcoal burners, or living in the tombs of their ancestors. We hear of the loyalty of some wives who hide their husbands in attics for months, and the treachery of sons who sell out their fathers for an early inheritance. It is a purge that cuts across all lines, political, social, and familial. But the storm has an eye, and that eye is fixed on one man, Marcus Tullius Cicero. The old statesman is at his villa in Tusculum when he sees his name on the list. He is 63 years old. He is tired. His life has been a long, loud argument for the rule of law, and now the law has become a weapon. His first instinct is to flee. He and his brother, Quintus, set out for the coast in litters, hoping to find a ship to take them to Macedonia to join Brutus and Cassius. The journey is a nightmare of indecision. Cicero, a man whose mind was always his greatest strength, is now paralyzed by it. He overthinks every move. He stops. He starts. He argues with himself. At one point, he considers marching back to Rome, sneaking into Octavian's house, and killing himself on the young man's hearth to bring a curse upon him. His servants talk him out of this melodramatic gesture. They push him toward the sea. They reach the coast near Formiae. The winter seas are rough, the wind howling off the tyranny of the water. Cicero puts out to sea, but the rocking of the boat makes him violently ill. He has always been prone to seasickness, and now, combined with the terror and the exhaustion, it breaks him. He tells the captain to turn back. "Let me die," he whispers, "in the country I have so often saved." He returns to his villa. He tries to rest, but his servants, loyal to the end, refuse to let him give up. They hear the tramp of soldiers approaching, a squad led by a centurion named Herennius and a military tribune named Popilius, a man whom Cicero had once successfully defended in court on a murder charge. The irony is sharp enough to cut. The man whose life he saved has come to take his. The servants force Cicero back into his litter. They try to carry him through the dense woods to the beach, hoping to lose the soldiers in the trees. But they are betrayed. A young freedman of Cicero's brother, a boy Cicero had educated and treated like family, tells the soldiers which path they took. The soldiers catch up to the litter on a narrow wooded path. The servants prepare to fight, drawing their weapons to defend their master. But Cicero commands them to stop. He knows it is over. He orders them to set the litter down. The scene that follows is one of the most famous in Roman history, a moment where the man of words finally faces the man of the sword. Cicero parts the curtains of the litter. He looks at the centurion. He is disheveled, his hair wild, his face unshaven and worn by anxiety. But his voice, that golden instrument that once mesmerized the Senate, is steady. "There is nothing proper about what you are doing, soldier," he says, "but try to kill me properly." He stretches his neck out of the litter, offering his throat to the blade. He does not flinch. He maintains the constantia, the stoic steadiness of a true Roman. Herennius strikes. It is a messy, brutal business, requiring 3 blows to sever the head. The soldiers then do something even more grotesque. They cut off his hands. These were the hands that wrote the Philippics against Antony. They are trophies. The head and hands are brought back to Rome. Antony is sitting in the forum, presiding over an election, when the gruesome package arrives. He laughs. He pays the centurion the reward, adding a massive bonus for the good work. Then he orders the head and hands to be nailed to the rostra. the speaker's platform in the forum. It is a message written in blood. The rostra was the place where Cicero had stood so many times, defending the Republic, arguing for liberty, weaving spells with his rhetoric. Now his dead eyes stare out at the silent crowd. His dead hands are pinned to the wood. Legend, and perhaps a bit of propaganda, adds a final chilling detail. Antony's wife, Fulvia, who had been the target of so much of Cicero's venom, supposedly walks up to the head. She takes it in her hands, spits on it, and then pulls a golden hairpin from her hair. She opens the dead mouth and pierces the tongue that had spoken against her husband. Whether this happened or not is debated by historians, but the story survives because it feels true to the visceral hatred of the moment. It symbolizes the death of speech. The tongue is silenced. The sword has won. The death of Cicero marks the psychological end of the Republic. As long as he was alive, there was a voice connecting the present to the past. A voice that insisted that words mattered more than weapons. With him gone, the link is broken. The intellectuals, the philosophers, the poets, they look at the head on the rostra, and they understand the new rules. You can write, you can speak, but only if you say what the masters want to hear. Octavian's role in this tragedy is quiet, cold, and ambiguous. He does not celebrate the death openly like Antony. Years later, a story is told that Octavian, then the Emperor Augustus, came across his grandson reading a book by Cicero. The boy, terrified, tried to hide the scroll under his tunic. Augustus took the book, read a large portion of it while standing there, and then handed it back. "A learned man, my child," he said softly. "A learned man and a lover of his country." It is a moment of complex regret. Octavian respected Cicero's mind, perhaps even loved him in a distorted way. But he killed him because the equation of power demanded it. He sacrificed the father to save the empire. It is the kind of cold rationality that will define his entire reign. He feels, but he does not let feeling stop the machine. With the proscriptions, the triumvirate achieves its grim goals. The opposition in Rome is decapitated. The treasury is refilled with the confiscated wealth of the dead, gold, land, art, and slaves. The Senate is cowed, filled now with loyalists and terrified survivors. The home front is secure. Now, the three men can turn their eyes to the horizon. Across the Adriatic, in the dust of Macedonia, the ghosts of the Ides of March are waiting. Brutus and Cassius have amassed a colossal army, calling themselves the Liberators. They are the last standing wall of the old Republic. Antony and Octavian pack their tents. They leave the silent city of Rome behind, its forum stained and empty, and march east. The war of words is over. The war of the world is about to begin. The road to the end of the Republic leads east across the grey, chopping waters of the Adriatic and onto the dusty stones of the Via Egnatia. It is the autumn of 42 BC. The leaves in Macedonia are turning gold and brown, mirroring the colors of the bronze armor that stretches as far as the eye can see. History is converging on a flat, unremarkable plain near the city of Philippi. Here, the largest gathering of Roman soldiers in history, nearly 200,000 men, has assembled to decide whether the future belongs to the Senate or to the warlords. On one side stand the liberators, Brutus and Cassius. They have spent the last year plundering the wealth of Asia to build this army. Their camp is a fortress of idealism and desperation. They are fighting for a concept, libertas, that feels increasingly abstract in a world of iron. Brutus, the philosopher, walks the ramparts at night, reading Greek poetry by lamplight. Cassius, the lean and hungry soldier, checks the sentries, his eyes scanning the horizon for the enemy he knows is coming. They are well fed, well funded, and hold the high ground. On the other side, in the mud of the marshes, are the triumvirs. Antony and Octavian have arrived hungry and beleaguered. Their supply lines are cut by enemy fleets. Their men are eating roots and bad bread. And to make matters worse, Octavian is dying, or at least he looks like he is. The young heir has fallen violently ill, likely with dropsy or a severe viral infection. He travels not on a horse, but in a litter, shivering under blankets, pale as a ghost. It is a striking image. The future emperor of Rome being carried into the most important battle of his life, like an invalid grandmother. Antony, by contrast, is in his element. This is his theater. He prowls the camp, energetic and profane, joking with the men, promising them the gold of the enemy camp. He knows they cannot wait. They must fight now before starvation breaks them. He begins to build a causeway through the marshes, a feat of combat engineering designed to outflank Cassius. It is aggressive, reckless, and brilliant. The battle, when it comes, is actually two separate battles fought simultaneously, separated by a cloud of dust so thick that neither side knows what is happening to the other. On the south side, Antony strikes. He smashes into Cassius's fortifications with the force of a battering ram. It is a masterclass in aggression. Cassius's men, terrified by the sudden onslaught, crumble. Antony's legions storm the camp, tearing down the tents and seizing the standards. Cassius is driven back to a nearby hill, humiliated and confused. But on the north side, the story is reversed. Brutus, the bookish intellectual, accidentally orders a charge that turns into a rout of the enemy. His men crash into Octavian's camp. The soldiers search for the young Caesar, stabbing through his empty litter, believing they have killed him. But Octavian is gone. He had been warned in a dream, or perhaps by sheer instinct, to leave his tent moments before the attack. He is hiding in the marshes, shivering in the reeds, listening to the screams of his men being slaughtered. So the result is a draw. Brutus has defeated Octavian. Antony has defeated Cassius. But the fog of war, literally the dust of the dry plain, turns this draw into a tragedy. Cassius stands on his hill, squinting through the haze. He sees a group of horsemen approaching. They are Brutus's men, coming to tell him of their victory. But Cassius, prone to pessimism, and perhaps blinded by the glare of the setting sun, mistakes them for the enemy. He believes Brutus is dead. He believes the war is lost. He turns to his freedman, Pindarus. "Cover my face," he says. He offers his neck, the same dagger that he used to stab Caesar, or so the legend insists, is now used to end his own life. It is a mistake of Shakespearean proportions. When Brutus's men arrive moments later, cheering and waving their swords, they find only a corpse. The tragedy is absolute. Cassius did not die because he was defeated. He died because he couldn't see the truth. Brutus arrives and collapses over the body. He calls Cassius the last of the Romans, a phrase that acknowledges that the old breed, the men of the Republic who would die for a principle, is gone. But he cannot mourn for long. He is now alone. The army looks to him, but Brutus is not a general. He is a symbol, and a symbol cannot command hungry, terrified men against a predator like Mark Antony. For 3 weeks, the armies stare at each other. The triumvirs are starving, but they hide it well. They taunt Brutus's men. Brutus tries to delay, knowing that winter will force his enemies to retreat, but his officers, arrogant and restless, demand a fight. They bully him into battle. "I'm like a great dog," Brutus says sadly, driven by the pack. The Second Battle of Philippi is a massacre. There is no tactical brilliance this time, just a grinding crush of bodies. Antony's veterans chew through the Republican lines. Octavian, recovered enough to be present, commands his troops with a cold competence, though it is Antony who reaps the glory. The liberator's army breaks, the men flee into the hills or throw down their shields and beg for mercy. Brutus escapes with a small band of friends. They retreat into a wooded glen as night falls. The stars come out, indifferent to the slaughter below. Brutus sits by a fire, reciting lines from Euripides about the cruelty of fate. He knows the end has come. He asks his friends to help him die. One by one, they refuse, weeping. Finally, a friend named Strato agrees to hold the sword. Brutus turns his face away and runs onto the blade. The suicide of Brutus marks the final, definitive death of the Roman Republic. The Senate's last army is destroyed. The cause is buried in the Macedonian dirt. When the body is found, the reactions of the two victors tell us everything we need to know about their futures. Mark Antony stands over Brutus. He remembers that they were once friends, that Brutus was an honorable man who believed he was doing the right thing. Antony takes off his own general's cloak, a splendid purple garment worth a fortune, and covers the body. He orders a funeral with full honors. It is a gesture of old-school chivalry, the act of a man who respects a worthy foe. Octavian's reaction is different. He is not interested in chivalry. He is interested in messaging. He orders Brutus's head to be cut off and sent to Rome, to be thrown at the feet of Caesar's statue. Though, in a twist of fate, the ship carrying the head sinks in a storm, and Brutus's head ends up at the bottom of the sea, denied even that final grim destination. Octavian is cold, vindictive, and practical. He wants the world to know what happens to traitors. The two men stand atop the world. They divide the map once again. Antony, the hero of the hour, claims the East. He wants the wealth of Asia, the glory of conquering Parthia, and the luxury of Alexandria. He is chasing the sun. He leaves Octavian with the difficult task, returning to Italy to settle the veterans. It seems like a great deal for Antony. He gets the gold and the glory. Octavian gets the headaches and the angry farmers. But Antony misses the subtle trap. By going east, he is stepping out of the center of the world. He is becoming a foreign king. By returning to Rome, Octavian, sickness and all, is placing himself at the heart of the empire. He will be the one handing out land. He will be the one the people see every day. As the legions pack up their tents and the smoke of the funeral pyres drifts away, the plain of Philippi falls silent again. The ghosts are left behind. The ghost of Caesar has been appeased. The ghosts of the Republic, Cato, Cicero, Cassius, Brutus, are now just stories to be told in the dark. The stage is cleared for the final act, a duel not between ideologies, but between two men who have simply run out of enemies to kill. While Octavian limps back to Italy to face the grim reality of angry veterans and confiscated farms, Mark Antony turns his face towards the rising sun. He is now the undisputed master of the Roman East. a territory that stretches from the blue waters of Greece to the burning sands of Syria. For a man like Antony, a man of appetites, who loves wine, women, and the adoration of crowds, this is not just a political assignment. It is a homecoming. The East is everything Rome is not. Rome is a city of brick and law, a place of hard edges and stern ancestors who demand duty. The East is a world of sensory overload. It is the smell of frankincense and cinnamon, the touch of silk, the sound of cymbals crashing in temples dedicated to gods who demand not duty, but ecstasy. Antony, leaving behind the mud of the battlefield, steps into this world and inhales deeply. He casts himself not merely as a Roman proconsul, but as the new Dionysus, the god of wine, festivity, and conquest. When he enters Ephesus, women dressed as bacchantes and men dressed as satyrs dance around his chariot. He is greeted with garlands and incense. He is no longer just a general. He is a deity walking the earth. But even gods need money. The war against Brutus and Cassius was expensive, and the legions are waiting for their bonuses. Antony moves through the provinces like a handsome, charming thunderstorm, levying taxes and demanding tribute. I want your gold, he tells the cities, but I will leave you your temples. It is a heavy hand, but he shakes it with a smile. And then he remembers the queen. Cleopatra VII of Egypt has been quiet since Caesar's death. She had returned to Alexandria, navigating the treacherous waters of the civil war, offering token support to the triumvirs while keeping her fleets close to home. Antony summons her to meet him at Tarsus, a city in modern-day Turkey. He wants to question her loyalty, or at least that is the official reason. In reality, he remembers the young queen he met years ago in Rome, the woman who had captivated Caesar. He is curious. He expects her to come running, like a client king answering a master. Cleopatra does not run. She makes him wait. For days, Antony sits in Tarsus, checking the horizon. No ships. He sends messengers. They return with vague excuses. She is playing a psychological game, one she has mastered perfectly. She knows that Antony is not Caesar. Caesar was a man of the mind, seduced by intelligence and power. Antony is a man of the senses, seduced by spectacle and grandeur. She intends to give him a show he will never forget. When she finally arrives, she does not enter the harbor in a humble transport ship. She stages an entrance that is pure theater. A scene so vivid that Plutarch's description of it reads like a fever dream. Imagine the river Cydnus, calm and glassy under the afternoon sun. Music begins to drift across the water, not the martial trumpets of Rome, but the soft, breathing sound of flutes, pipes, and lyres. Then the ship appears. The hull is plated with gold. The sails are dyed Tyrian purple, a color so expensive it is usually reserved for the hems of emperors' robes. But here it catches the wind in vast, billowing sheets. The oars are silver, and they beat against the water in time with the music. Under a canopy of gold cloth lies Cleopatra, dressed not as a Roman matron, but as the goddess Venus. Boys dressed as cupids fan her. Her handmaidens, dressed as sea nymphs and graces, steer the rudder and manage the ropes. The air itself changes as the ship approaches. Censers burn erratic, expensive perfumes that drift toward the shore, overpowering the smell of the city. The crowds in Tarsus, who had been listening to Antony speak in the marketplace, simply drift away. They run to the riverbank to see the goddess. Antony is left alone on his tribunal, a Roman general abandoned by his audience for a better show. He realizes he has been upstaged, but instead of being angry, he is enchanted. He sends a message inviting her to dinner. She replies that it would be more appropriate for him to come to her. He goes. The banquet aboard the ship is a display of wealth designed to crush any sense of Roman superiority. The entire vessel is lit by thousands of lanterns arranged in geometric patterns. The dinner service is all gold, encrusted with gems. Antony, a man who prides himself on being a connoisseur of luxury, is stunned. He tries to make jokes, to act the rough soldier in the face of this elegance, but she laughs with him, not at him. She drinks with him. She matches his coarse humor with a wit that is sharp in body. She sees exactly who he is, a man who wants to be the biggest personality in the room. And she lets him be that, while she quietly takes control of the room itself. Historians tell a famous story about this time, the story of the pearl. It is said that to prove her wealth, Cleopatra bet Antony she could spend 10 million sesterces on a single meal. Antony laughed, saying it was impossible. At the dinner, she took a pearl earring, one of the largest in the world, dropped it into a cup of strong vinegar, waited for it to dissolve, or at least soften enough to swallow, and drank it. There, she might have said, wiping her lips, I have just consumed a kingdom. Whether it is chemically possible or merely a myth, the story captures the essence of their relationship. Reckless, extravagant, and consuming. Antony forgets the interrogation. He forgets the taxes. He follows her back to Egypt. The winter of 41 to 40 BC in Alexandria is a period of legendary indulgence. Antony and Cleopatra form a society they call the Inimitable Livers. It is essentially a club for two, dedicated to the pursuit of absolute pleasure. They feast, they hunt, they gamble. They wander the streets of Alexandria at night in disguise, playing pranks on the locals, peering into windows, laughing like teenagers. For Antony, this is a release from decades of military discipline. He wears Greek robes instead of the Roman toga. He lets his beard grow. He sits on a golden throne next to the queen. He is happy. But for Rome, this is a scandal. A Roman magistrate is not supposed to be going native. He is supposed to be governing, not partying with a foreign queen who is technically a client of the state. While Antony is lost in the perfume of the Nile, the world is falling apart behind his back. In Italy, his wife Fulvia, a woman of immense spirit and ambition who was essentially running Antony's political faction for him, starts a war against Octavian. She is trying to protect Antony's interests, perhaps hoping that a conflict will force her husband to come home. It is known as the Perusine War. Octavian, ruthless as ever, besieges her forces in Perugia, modern Perugia. At the same time, the Parthians, Rome's great enemy in the east, sense weakness. While Antony is feasting, their armored cavalry sweeps across the border, overrunning Syria and Judea. The Roman governors are killed or flee. The east is collapsing. The news finally reaches Alexandria in the spring of 40 BC. It is a bucket of ice water on the inimitable livers. Antony wakes up with a hangover that is both physical and political. His wife is fighting a war he didn't authorize. His provinces are being eaten by Parthians. His reputation is fraying. He realizes he has stayed too long at the party. He says a hasty goodbye to Cleopatra. She is pregnant with twins, but he cannot stay. He boards his ships and sails away, leaving the dreamscape of Egypt for the hard reality of a world at war. He does not know it, But he will not see her again for nearly 4 years. The romance of the winter is over. Antony returns to the chessboard, determined to remind the world that he is still Mark Antony, the greatest soldier of Rome. But the seeds have been sown. He has tasted a life where he is a god, and the grey republican duty of Rome will never taste sweet to him again. He sails west to confront Octavian, but his heart remains in the east, beating in time with the silver oars on the Cydnus River. The peace that holds the Roman world together following Antony's return to the west is paper thin. It is a peace stitched together with desperation and a wedding ring. To seal the Treaty of Brundisium, the agreement that supposedly heals the rift between the two warlords, Antony marries Octavian's sister, Octavia. It is a match that, in a fairer world, might have saved the Republic. Octavia is everything Cleopatra is not. She is the ideal Roman matron. She is beautiful, yes, but in a quiet, dignified way. She is virtuous, loyal, and intelligent. She is the kind of woman Rome builds statues to, not because she rules, but because she endures. For a brief, shimmering moment, it seems to work. Antony, perhaps exhausted by the chaos of his own life, settles down. He lives with Octavia in Athens. They have children. He acts the part of the responsible Roman magistrate. He even mints coins with her face on them, a rare honor. But biology and destiny are hard currents to swim against. Antony is a creature of excess, and Octavia is a living reminder of duty. He begins to feel the itch of the East again. He feels the pull of the woman who dissolved a pearl in vinegar just to hear him laugh. And politically, he needs Egypt. He still dreams of conquering Parthia, the campaign that will make him the new Alexander the Great. And for that, he needs Cleopatra's gold. In 37 BC, the dam breaks. Antony sends Octavia back to Rome. It is a polite dismissal, but a dismissal nonetheless. He boards a ship for Antioch, and then for Alexandria. When he reunites with Cleopatra, the inimitable livers are reborn. But this time, there is a harder edge to their joy. They are no longer just partying. They are building an empire of their own. Back in Rome, Octavian watches his sister return, humiliated and alone. He comforts her publicly, playing the role of the outrageously protective brother. But privately, in the cold calculus of his mind, he is likely thrilled. Antony has just handed him the greatest weapon in political history. He has abandoned a Roman wife for a foreign witch. Now, the true war begins. It is not fought with pilum and shield, but with rumors, pamphlets, and poetry. It is the war of whispers, and Octavian is its undisputed master. He stays in Rome. This is his genius. While Antony is playing God in the distant east, Octavian is walking the streets of the capital every day. He is visible. He is accessible. He begins a massive building program to restore the crumbling temples of the city. He wants the people to associate him with piety, with tradition, with the very stones of Rome. He hires the greatest poets of the age, men like Virgil and Horace, patronized by his friend Maecenas, to write epics that subtly weave the glory of the Julian family into the myth of Rome's founding. His message is simple and devastatingly effective. I am one of you. I am a Roman, standing on Italian soil, worshipping Italian gods. Antony? Antony is gone. He has been drugged by the potions of the East. He is no longer a man. He is the slave of a woman. Octavian weaponizes xenophobia. He paints Cleopatra not as a queen, but as a monster, a sorceress who has unmanned the greatest soldier of the Republic. Gossip spreads through the taverns that Antony has lost his mind, that he is drunk all day, that he lets Cleopatra make decisions of state while he massages her feet. It doesn't matter if it's true. It feels true. Then, in 34 BC, Antony makes a catastrophic error that plays right into Octavian's hands. He stages a massive ceremony in Alexandria, known as the Donations of Alexandria. Imagine a spectacle of golden thrones set up in the gymnasium of the city. Antony sits on one, dressed not as a Roman consul, but as the god Dionysus, wearing a crown of ivy and holding a thyrsus. Cleopatra sits beside him, dressed as the goddess Isis. At their feet sit their children. In a booming voice, Antony redraws the map of the world. He declares Cleopatra the Queen of Kings. He declares her son, Caesarion, the King of Kings, and the true heir of Julius Caesar, a direct jab at Octavian. He then starts giving away Roman provinces to his own children with Cleopatra. He gives Armenia to one, Libya to another, Syria to a third. When news of this reaches Rome, the city gasps. Antony is giving away the empire. He is turning Roman provinces into private birthday presents for his Egyptian brood. Octavian enters the Senate, his face a mask of grim determination. He reads the report of the donations. See, he seems to say, he is not building Rome's power, he is building hers. But Octavian needs a final nail in the coffin. He needs proof that Antony intends to move the capital of the empire to Alexandria, a terrifying rumor that haunts every Roman nightmare. He hears whispers about Antony's will. The document is stored, as is the custom for great men, in the temple of Vesta, under the protection of the Vestal Virgins. To touch the will of a living man is a sacrilege. It is a violation of religious law and personal privacy. But Octavian does not care. He marches to the temple of Vesta. The chief Vestal blocks his path, warning him of the curse he will bring down. Octavian pushes past her. He seizes the document and walks out. He takes the scroll to the Senate house. He breaks the seal. He reads it aloud. Historians still debate whether the document was real or a forgery created by Octavian's propagandists, but the contents are explosive. In the will, Antony supposedly confirms that Caesarion is the true heir of Caesar. He leaves massive legacies to his children by Cleopatra, and most damning of all, he requests that if he dies in Rome, his body should be shipped to Alexandria to be buried beside his queen. The Senate explodes in outrage. To a Roman, burial is everything. A man who wants to be buried in foreign soil has declared that his soul does not belong to Rome. It is the ultimate betrayal. Antony has essentially defected. Octavian has won the psychological war. The Senate is now clamoring for blood. But Octavian is careful. He does not want to declare war on Antony. A war against Antony is a civil war, and Romans are sick of civil wars. They are sick of brother killing brother. So Octavian pulls off one final brilliant diplomatic trick. He goes to the temple of Bellona, the goddess of war. There, in front of the priests and the Senate, he performs the ancient ritual of declaring war. He throws a spear, dipped in blood, into a patch of ground that symbolically represents enemy territory. But he does not name Mark Antony. I declare war, he announces, on the Queen of Egypt. It is a masterstroke. He frames the conflict not as a factional dispute between two Roman rivals, but as a patriotic war of defense against a foreign invader. He tells the people that Cleopatra, this Eastern witch, is coming to enslave the Senate and put her barbarian gods in the capital. Antony is merely her victim, a man to be pitied and defeated so he can be brought to his senses. The crowds cheer, the legions mobilize. The foreign enemy narrative unites Italy in a way that a civil war never could. Across the sea, Antony hears the news. He realizes that his old partner has outmaneuvered him again. He looks at Cleopatra, and he looks at his fleets. There is no turning back now. The whispering is over. The shouting is done. The only sound left is the rising wind and the creaking of timber as 1,000 ships prepare to sail into the storm. The history of the world often pivots on a single day, a single decision, or even a shift in the wind. On September 2nd, 31 BC, all three converge on the glittering blue waters of the Ionian Sea, off the western coast of Greece. The place is Actium. It is a name that will echo down the corridors of time, signifying the moment the Republic truly died and the Empire was born. But on this morning, it is simply a stretch of water, calm and indifferent, shimmering under a humid haze. The setup is a study in contrasts, a visual representation of the two philosophies now warring for the soul of Rome. On one side, blocking the exit of the Ambracian Gulf, sits the fleet of Octavian. But Octavian, wise enough to know his own limitations, is not commanding the ships. He is standing on the deck of his flagship, likely feeling seasick, serving as the figurehead. The real mind at work is his best friend, Marcus Agrippa. Agrippa is a man of brick and iron, a brilliant admiral who has spent months cutting off Antony's supply lines, capturing key ports, and starving the enemy into submission before a single arrow was fired. Agrippa's fleet is made up of Liburnians, small, low-slung, agile ships. They are not impressive to look at, but they are fast, maneuverable, and crewed by disciplined professionals. They are the wolves of the sea. On the other side, trapped inside the Gulf, is the armada of Antony and Cleopatra. It is a sight from a mythological age. Their ships are massive floating fortresses, quinqueremes and eights, with towers built onto their decks, reinforced with bronze plates and heavy timbers. They are designed to smash, to board, and to overwhelm with sheer size. But they are heavy, slow, and tragically undermanned. A sickness has swept through Antony's camp during the long, stifling summer. Malaria and dysentery have decimated his rowers. To launch the fleet, Antony has had to burn many of his own ships and press-gang local peasants, farmers who have never held an oar, to crew the remaining giants. It is a fleet of hollow monsters, terrifying on the outside, but rotting from within. The morning drags on. For hours, neither side moves. They stare at each other across the water, waiting for the wind. In this part of the sea, a breeze from the northwest usually springs up in the afternoon. Antony is banking on this. His plan is not necessarily to defeat Octavian's fleet, which he knows is faster and better trained, but to break through it. He wants to punch a hole in the line, escape to the open sea, and run for Egypt to regroup. It is a gamble of survival, not conquest. Around noon, the wind shifts, the water ripples, the giant sails of Antony's ships are unfurled. The colossuses begin to move. The battle that follows is a strange, slow-motion collision. It is often compared to a fight between a bear and a pack of dogs. Antony's massive ships lumber forward, trying to ram the smaller vessels or grapple them so his marines can storm the decks. Agrippa's Liburnians dart in and out, avoiding the grappling hooks, peppering the decks of the giants with arrows and fire pots. then retreating before the bear can swipe. There is no crashing thunder of a single engagement. It is a chaotic, grinding melee of wood splintering, men shouting, and the sea churning into a froth of white and red. And then, in the middle of the chaos, the unthinkable happens. Behind Antony's front line, the Egyptian squadron is waiting. 60 ships, commanded by Cleopatra herself. They have been holding back, preserving their strength. They carry the royal treasury, tons of gold and silver stored in the hulls. Suddenly, seeing a gap open in Octavian's line, Cleopatra gives a signal. Her ships hoist their purple sails. They do not engage the enemy. They do not turn to help Antony's struggling flagship. They catch the wind and drive straight through the center of the battle, picking up speed, racing for the open horizon. They are running. Historians still argue fiercely about this moment. Was it a betrayal? Did Cleopatra panic and flee, leaving her lover to die? Or was this the plan all along? Many modern scholars believe it was a pre-agreed strategy. If the battle went poorly, Cleopatra was to save the gold and the fleet, and Antony was to break away and follow her. It was a breakout, not a desertion, but whatever the intent, the optical effect is devastating. Mark Antony, the greatest soldier of Rome, the man who stood firm against the charge of the Nervi and the Parthian archers, looks up. He sees the purple sails of his queen getting smaller in the distance. And in that moment, something inside him snaps. The soldier dies, and only the desperate lover remains. He does something that no Roman commander has ever done. He abandons his men. He jumps from his massive flagship onto a small, fast quinquereme. He takes only 2 friends with him. He orders the rowers to row like madmen. He chases after her. He leaves behind thousands of soldiers who are fighting and dying for his cause. Men who believe he is still on the bridge commanding them. He leaves his honor floating in the wreckage of the Ionian Sea. When he catches up to Cleopatra's ship, he is hauled aboard. He does not go to her. He does not speak. He walks to the prow of the ship, sits down, and buries his head in his hands. He remains there for 3 days, staring at the wake, a man crushed by the realization of what he has just thrown away. He has chosen the woman over the world, and he knows the world will never forgive him. Back at Actium, the battle rages on until sunset. The soldiers on Antony's ships fight bravely, unaware their leader has fled. They believe he is maneuvering, or perhaps fighting on another flank. It is only when night falls and the firing stops that the truth spreads from ship to ship. He is gone. He left us. One by one, the great floating castles lower their sails. The captains surrender. Octavian, watching from his deck, is almost confused by the magnitude of the victory. He hasn't just defeated the enemy fleet. He has broken the spell of Antony's legend. The Hercules of Rome has been revealed as a man who runs away. Octavian spends the night on his ship, listening to the groans of the wounded and the lap of the water against the hull. He is 32 years old. He stands at the exact center of history. The civil wars that have torn Rome apart for 100 years, from the Gracchi brothers to Marius and Sulla, to Caesar and Pompey, to Brutus and Cassius, are finally, effectively over. There is no one left to fight. The next morning, the sun rises on a sea filled with wreckage. Octavian accepts the surrender of Antony's land army, which had been watching from the shore. The soldiers, feeling betrayed by their commander, defect to Octavian en masse. The war is effectively over. All that remains is the final pursuit, the closing of the book. But for now, the story lingers on the water. The wind that carried Cleopatra and Antony away has died down. The sea returns to its calm, rhythmic breathing, washing away the blood and the soot. The great ships of the East, the symbols of Hellenistic power and excess, are towed away to be burned or dismantled. Octavian will later build a city nearby called Nicopolis, Victory City, to commemorate this day. He will hang the bronze rams of the captured ships on a monument wall, a permanent reminder of the day the West defeated the East. But the most haunting image of Actium is not the monument, nor the battle itself. It is the image of that solitary figure on the prow of the Egyptian ship, head in hands, sailing away from his life, sailing toward a sunset that will never rise again. Antony has survived the battle, but he has lost himself. The storm at Actium has cleared the air, but it has left a silence in its wake that feels like the end of the world. The year following Actium is a slow, agonizing funeral procession for the Hellenistic world. Antony and Cleopatra have retreated to Alexandria, barricading themselves in their palace of wonders, but the magic has gone out of the air. The inimitable livers changed the name of their society. They now call themselves the Companions in Death. It is a grim rebranding, a pact that acknowledges the inevitable. They feast, they drink, and they experiment with poisons to see which one offers the most painless exit. But the laughter is hollow. They are ghosts, haunting their own lives. Octavian does not rush. He moves toward Egypt with the inexorable pace of a glacier. He marches through Syria, accepting the surrender of kings and governors who are eager to switch sides. He is in no hurry. He knows the psychological toll of waiting is a weapon in itself. He wants Antony and Cleopatra to feel the walls closing in day by day. When Octavian finally arrives at the gates of Alexandria in August of 30 BC, there is a brief flicker of the old fire. Antony, leading a small cavalry force, rides out and wins a minor skirmish against Octavian's vanguard. He returns to the city triumphant, smelling of sweat and horsehair, and embraces Cleopatra in full armor. For a moment, he is the hero again. But it is a false dawn. That night, according to a haunting legend recorded by Plutarch, a strange sound is heard in the city. It is the sound of invisible instruments, sistra and drums, and the noise of a boisterous procession moving through the streets and out the city gates toward the enemy camp. The people whisper that the god Hercules, Antony's divine patron, is abandoning him. The next morning, Antony's fleet surrenders without a fight. His cavalry defects. He watches from the city walls as his world dissolves. In a fit of despair, believing a rumor that Cleopatra has already killed herself, he decides to end it. He asks his faithful servant, Eros, to kill him. Eros draws his sword, but instead of striking his master, he turns the blade on himself and falls dead. Antony, shamed by his servant's courage, stabs himself in the stomach. But the tragedy descends into messy human reality. He does not die immediately. He lies on his couch, bleeding and begging for someone to finish him off. No one does. Then a messenger arrives. Cleopatra is not dead. She is hiding in her mausoleum, a fortress tomb she built for herself. Antony, drifting in and out of consciousness, asks to be taken to her. The scene at the mausoleum is one of the most vivid in history. The doors are sealed, so Cleopatra and her maids have to lower ropes from an upper window. They tie Antony to the ropes and haul him up. It is a gruesome, desperate struggle. The Queen of Egypt, her face torn with grief, straining against the weight of her dying lover, hoisting him up the side of the building while his blood smears the white stone. He dies in her arms. The great soldier breathes his last, leaving her alone to face the cold eyes of Rome. Octavian enters the city. He is calm, polite, and utterly terrifying. He visits Cleopatra. He finds her disheveled, her eyes sunken, surrounded by the wreckage of her life. He speaks to her gently. He promises her safety. But Cleopatra is too sharp to be fooled. She knows she is being preserved for a purpose. She learns through a spy that Octavian plans to take her to Rome in 3 days. He intends to march her in chains behind his chariot in his triumph, a trophy for the mob to jeer at. She decides to steal his victory. On August 12th, she bathes, dresses in her finest royal robes, and eats a sumptuous meal. She sends a letter to Octavian, asking to be buried beside Antony. Octavian reads it and realizes instantly what it means. He sends guards running to her quarters. They burst in, but they are too late. Cleopatra lies on a golden couch, dead. Her 2 handmaidens are dying at her feet. One of them, Charmian, is weakly adjusting the diadem on the queen's head. When a Roman soldier angrily asks, "Is this well done, Charmian?" the dying girl replies with perfect dignity, "It is extremely well done and befitting the descendant of so many kings." The cause of death remains a mystery. The popular image is the asp, a cobra smuggled in a basket of figs, biting her breast. But historians and toxicologists suggest it was more likely a poison, perhaps a mixture of hemlock, wolf's bane, and opium, hidden in a hollow hairpin. The snake is likely a poetic invention, a symbol of Egyptian royalty, but the method matters less than the meaning. By taking her own life, she denied Octavian his triumph. She remained a queen to the end. Octavian is furious, but he also feels a begrudging respect. He grants her wish. He buries her beside Antony. The last of the Ptolemies is gone. The Hellenistic age, which began with the death of Alexander the Great 3 centuries earlier, ends in a quiet tomb in Alexandria. But there is one loose end. Caesarion. The boy is 17 now, the living son of Julius Caesar. Octavian cannot allow a rival Caesar to exist. 2 Caesars are one too many, he reportedly quips, quoting Homer. He has the boy hunted down and executed. It is a cold, pragmatic murder that underscores the brutality of the new order. The other children of Antony and Cleopatra are spared and taken to Rome to be raised by Octavia, a final saintly act by the woman Antony abandoned. Octavian stands on the shores of the Mediterranean. He is 33 years old. He is the sole master of the Roman world. The civil wars are over. The Republic is dead. The treasury of Egypt, the greatest accumulation of wealth in history, is now his personal property. He pays his soldiers. He settles his debts. He has won. He returns to Rome in 29 BC to celebrate a triple triumph. For 3 days, the city is a carnival of gold, chariots, and prisoners. But something is different this time. The people are not just cheering for a general. They are cheering for peace. They are exhausted. They have seen decades of blood. They look at this young man, this cold, sickly, brilliant administrator, and they decide they are willing to trade their chaotic liberty for stability. The doors of the Temple of Janus, which stand open in times of war, are ceremonially closed. It is said they had been open for centuries. The silence that falls over the city is not the silence of fear, like under Sulla, but the silence of relief. The storm has blown itself out. The wreckage has been cleared. Octavian looks out over the city of brick. He does not see the end of the story. He sees the beginning of a problem. He has conquered the world, but now he has to figure out how to rule it without getting stabbed in the Senate like his father. He has to invent a new way of being. He has to become something the world has never seen before. The warrior is dead. The architect must now awake. Winning the war, as history often reminds us, is the easy part. Surviving the peace is where the real work begins. Octavian returns to Rome as the undisputed master of the known world, but he walks into a city haunted by a very specific memory, the Ides of March. He knows better than anyone that the moment a Roman leader acts like a king, the knives come out. His adoptive father, Julius Caesar, had made the mistake of demanding the title Dictator Perpetuo. He had worn the purple boots, he had sat on the golden chair, and he had bled out on the floor for it. Octavian is smarter. He understands that if he wants to hold absolute power, he must pretend he doesn't have it. He must craft the greatest illusion in political history. He must cloak the iron fist of the emperor in the soft wool toga of a humble citizen. He begins this transformation in January of 27 BC, in a staged piece of political theater that is breathtaking in its audacity. He enters the Senate House, stands before the gathered elders, many of whom owe their lives and fortunes to him, and calmly announces that he is retiring. He declares that the emergency is over. I transfer the state to the free disposal of the Senate and the people of Rome, he says. He offers to lay down his command, give up his armies, and live as a private citizen. It is a bluff, of course. A massive, high-stakes bluff. He knows that if he actually left, the empire would collapse into civil war within a week. The senators know this too. They panic. Some of the panic is genuine. Some of it is scripted by Octavian's allies. They shout, "No, you must stay. Rome needs you." They beg him to remain at the helm. After a show of reluctance, he is an excellent actor. He agrees to a compromise. He will keep control of the dangerous border provinces where the legions are stationed: Gaul, Spain, Syria, Egypt, supposedly to take the burden off the Senate. The Senate can govern the peaceful, wealthy provinces in the center. It sounds generous. In reality, it means the Senate gets the olive groves and Octavian gets the swords. He retains the legal command of almost every soldier in the empire, but he frames it as a public service. In gratitude for saving the Republic, the Senate votes him a new name. This is a crucial moment of branding. He considers the name Romulus after the legendary founder of Rome. It is a strong name. But Romulus was a king, and Romulus killed his brother. It is too bloody, too monarchical. Instead, on the advice of his clever friend Munatius Plancus, he settles on a word that has never been used as a name before: Augustus. It is a difficult word to translate. It implies revered, majestic, or consecrated. It is connected to the word auctoritas, authority, and augur, the priest who reads omens. It is not a political title. It is a religious aura. It lifts him above the muck of politics and places him in the realm of the sacred. He is no longer Octavian, the ruthless warlord. He is Augustus, the father of the nation, the one who increases the welfare of the state. He also adopts a modest title for his daily use, princeps. It simply means first citizen, or first among equals. It suggests that he is just a senator like everyone else, perhaps standing a little taller, speaking a little faster, but fundamentally the same. It is a lie, but it is a comfortable lie. It allows the proud Roman aristocracy to pretend they are still free. They can still run for office. They can still debate in the Senate. They can still wear their togas with dignity. Augustus has not taken their toys away. He has just built a fence around the playground. Historians still argue whether this was a cynical sham or a brilliant evolution. Was Augustus a hypocrite? Or was he a pragmatist who realized that the only way to save Rome was to change it while pretending it was the same? The answer is likely both. He saved the patient by putting it in a coma. The transformation of the man himself is remarkable. The young, sickly, cruel Octavian disappears. In his place emerges the calm, benevolent Augustus. He works hard to appear boring. He lives in a relatively modest house on the Palatine Hill, not a palace. He wears clothes woven by his wife and daughter, a point he makes sure to mention frequently to emphasize his traditional values. He eats simple food, mostly coarse bread, cheese, and figs. He drinks very little wine. He walks through the streets without a massive bodyguard, stopping to talk to citizens, accepting petitions. There are stories of his dry, self-deprecating humor from this time, used to diffuse tension. Once, a nervous man came to present a petition to him, but kept pulling his hand back in fear. Augustus laughed and asked, "My good man, do you think you are offering a penny to an elephant?" On another occasion, a soldier asked him to appear as a character witness in court. Augustus said he was too busy but would send a friend. The soldier replied, "Caesar, when you were in danger at Actium, I didn't send a friend. I fought for you myself." Augustus, shamed by the logic and likely amused by the man's guts, went to the court himself. He creates a cult of personality that is suffocatingly effective. Statues of him appear everywhere, but they do not show him aging. Whether he is 30, 50, or 70, the statues always show him as a handsome, ageless youth, calm and idealized, like a Greek god. He creates a visual language of stability. If you look at a coin from Spain or a statue in Syria, you see the same face. He is the one constant in a changing world. He also reforms the morality of the city. He passes laws against adultery and extravagance. He encourages marriage and childbirth. He wants to return Rome to the good old days of rustic virtue. There is a deep irony here, of course. Augustus, the man who stole another man's pregnant wife, Livia, to be his empress, is now lecturing Rome on family values. But power affords the luxury of hypocrisy. His wife, Livia Drusilla, becomes his equal partner in this new order. She is intelligent, formidable, and fiercely protective of her husband's interests. They are a power couple who govern from the dinner table. Critics whisper that she controls him, calling him Ulysses in a dress. But in reality, their partnership is one of mutual respect. She manages the domestic image of the imperial family, ensuring that the first house looks like a model of Roman propriety. Underneath the velvet glove, the iron hand remains. The Senate is purged of unreliable members. The provinces are reorganized. The army is professionalized. Soldiers are now paid from a central treasury loyal to the emperor, not their generals. The machinery of the state becomes quiet, efficient, and centralized. The chaotic noise of the republic is replaced by the hum of the bureaucracy. As the years pass, the name Augustus begins to settle on him like a second skin. The boy who hid in the marshes at Philippi is gone. The man who signed the death warrant of Cicero is buried under layers of propaganda. What remains is an institution. He has invented the office of the emperor, but he has done it so subtly that no one can quite point to the moment it happened. He has walked backward into monarchy, assuring everyone he is facing the other way. Rome is no longer a city of competing voices. It is a choir, and Augustus holds the baton. He has achieved what Caesar could not. He has become a king in everything but name, and the people love him for it. They are tired of freedom if freedom means civil war. They want bread, they want peace, and they want the nice man on the Palatine to tell them everything is going to be all right. If Julius Caesar was a thunderstorm that everyone watched with a mix of awe and terror, Augustus is the climate itself, pervasive, inescapable, and seemingly natural. By the middle of his reign, the violent seizures of his youth have been replaced by a terrifyingly smooth competence. He has mastered the art of invisible power. He understands that the strongest chains are the ones you cannot see, the ones that feel like ribbons until you try to move too far. The genius of his regime lies in its ambiguity. If you were a senator walking through the Forum in 20 BC, you would see all the familiar shapes of the Republic. The consuls are still elected every year. The praetors still judge cases. The Senate still meets to debate laws. On the surface, the machine looks exactly as it did 500 years ago. But if you look closer, you notice the subtle distortions. The candidates for consul are all men approved by Augustus. The laws debated in the Senate are drafts written by Augustus's advisors. The praetors look to the Palatine Hill before making a ruling. The Republic is a theater set, and Augustus is the director, sitting quietly in the back row, nodding or shaking his head. He attends the Senate meetings religiously. He does not sit on a raised dais surrounded by guards. He sits on a regular bench among the other senators. He listens to boring speeches with the patience of a saint. He allows men to disagree with him, mildly. He knows that letting them speak their minds on trivial matters makes them feel important, effectively buying their silence on the things that actually matter, like the army and the treasury. There is a story that illustrates his masterful, almost exasperating patience. Once, during a trial, an opposing lawyer grew frustrated with Augustus's lenient testimony and shouted, "Caesar, when will you dine?" It was a rude implication that the emperor was wasting time. Instead of having the man executed for insolence, Augustus simply smiled and replied, "When I am not busy." He defeats his enemies not by crushing them, but by refusing to be provoked. He makes them look petty while he looks magnanimous. But behind the smile stands a ruthlessly efficient shadow cabinet. Augustus does not rule alone. He relies on two men who are as different as night and day, yet who form the twin pillars of his power. First, there is Marcus Agrippa. We have met him before, the Admiral of Actium. He is the Iron Fist. Agrippa is a man of almost superhuman loyalty, a general who wins wars and then steps back so Augustus can take the credit. He builds the aqueducts, the roads, the baths. He governs the unruly provinces. He is the doer. He is rough, practical, and unpretentious, a soldier's soldier. He marries Augustus's daughter, Julia, binding him into the family. Everyone knows that if you cross Augustus, you will eventually have to deal with Agrippa, and Agrippa does not smile. Then there is Maecenas. He is the velvet glove. Maecenas is a wealthy, flamboyant diplomat who loves silk robes, expensive jewelry, and fine wine. He is the patron of the arts, the man who discovers Virgil and Horace. But his real job is far darker. He is Augustus's unofficial minister of propaganda and internal security. He manages the image. He knows the secrets of every senator. He throws dinner parties where the wine flows freely, and he listens to what men say when they are drunk. While Agrippa guards the borders, Maecenas guards the mind of Rome. Together, this trio, Augustus, Agrippa, Maecenas, manages the empire with a synergy that historians still marvel at. They create a culture where dissent feels not just dangerous, but gauche. The poets, funded by Maecenas, write masterpieces that celebrate the peace and the return of the Golden Age. The Aeneid by Virgil is not just a story about the founding of Rome. It is a subtle, beautiful argument that the Julian family was destined by the gods to rule. Propaganda becomes high art. You don't just obey Augustus, you hum the songs that praise him. Yet, the invisible rule occasionally requires a flash of steel to remind everyone it is there. The Praetorian Guard is formed during this time, an elite unit of soldiers stationed in and around Rome to protect the emperor. Unlike the old legions, who were forbidden from entering Italy, these men are always close. They do not patrol the streets in full armor, terrorizing the population. They wear togas over their swords, blending into the crowd. They are the secret police of the ancient world. Their presence is a whisper. You are safe, but you are watched. Scholars often debate the Cinna incident, a story told by the later philosopher Seneca. It recounts how a nobleman named Cinna was caught plotting against Augustus. In the old days, the young Octavian would have had him tortured and killed. But now, Augustus is tired of blood. His wife Livia advises him to try a different path. You have tried severity, now try clemency. Augustus calls Cinna to his private study. He talks to him for hours. He lists Cinna's crimes in detail, proving he knows everything. Then, instead of calling the guards, he offers Cinna a consulship. Let us be friends, he says. Cinna, stunned and broken by this unexpected kindness, becomes one of his most loyal supporters. Whether the story is perfectly factual or a moral fable, it captures the shift. Augustus has learned that a converted enemy is more useful than a dead one. But the most difficult aspect of this invisible power is the moral performance it requires. Augustus is obsessed with restoring the dignity of Rome. He passes the Julian laws on marriage and adultery. He makes adultery a crime punishable by exile. He penalizes bachelors and rewards families with many children. He wants Rome to stop partying and start breeding. He is trying to legislate virtue. There is a deep, quiet humor in the reaction of the Roman elite to these laws. They hate them. They crumble in their villas. They find loopholes. They marry children to each other to meet the legal requirements. Augustus himself is constantly pestered by men begging him to repeal the laws. At one public event, he reads them a speech about the joys of traditional marriage, a speech written a century earlier by a famous bachelor. The irony is lost on no one, but they clap anyway. The tension between the public image and the private reality is the tightrope Augustus walks every day. He plays the role of the humble servant so well that he eventually merges with the mask. He stops being a person and becomes an institution. He is the pater patriae, the father of the fatherland. When he walks through the streets, people don't just bow. They feel a sense of relief. The chaos is gone. The The trains, so to speak, are running on time. As the years roll on, the silence of the opposition becomes absolute. The old Republicans, the men who remembered the days of Cicero, die of old age. A new generation grows up that has never known a world without Augustus. They do not miss the freedom of the Republic because they never had it. To them, liberty means chaos. Augustus means order. They read the histories of the civil wars like we read horror stories, thankful that the monster has been tamed. Augustus sits in his study, reading reports from the Rhine, the Danube, the Nile. The map of the world is settled. The borders are quiet. The Senate is polite. He has achieved the impossible. He has turned a military dictatorship into a bore. And in the dullness of the routine, in the endless filing of paperwork, and the polite nodding at rituals, the Roman Empire strikes its deepest roots. It is not built on the excitement of the moment, but on the predictability of the tomorrow. If you were to stand on the Palatine Hill in the middle years of Augustus's reign and listen to the city below, the sound would not be the clash of swords or the shouting of mobs. It would be the rhythmic, endless clink, clink, clink of chisels on stone. Rome is under construction. The dust of renovation hangs in the air like a persistent golden mist, catching the light of the setting sun. Augustus famously said, looking back on his life, "I found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble." It is one of history's most famous boasts, and unlike many political slogans, this one is visibly true. Before him, Rome was a sprawling, chaotic shantytown of timber and sun-dried brick, prone to collapsing when the river flooded and burning down when the wind blew the wrong way. It was unworthy of a world empire. It looked like a provincial market town that had grown too fat for its clothes. Augustus decides to dress the empire for the part. This is not just vanity, it is statecraft. He understands that people believe what they see. If the city looks eternal, the regime will feel eternal. If the temples gleam with white Carrara marble, which is now being mined in Italy for the first time, ending the reliance on expensive Greek imports, then the gods must surely favor the new order. The man making this happen is once again the tireless Marcus Agrippa. While Augustus handles the politics, Agrippa handles the plumbing. He is the greatest city planner the world has ever seen. He looks at the dusty, thirsty city and decides it needs water. He repairs the old aqueducts and builds a massive new one, the Aqua Virgo. Suddenly, fresh, cool water flows into the city from the distant hills, gurgling into hundreds of new fountains. The sound of running water becomes the background music of Rome, a constant reminder that the emperor provides for his people. Agrippa builds the first great public baths. Imagine the shock for a common Roman laborer used to washing in the muddy Tiber, suddenly being invited into a palace of hygiene. He steps into halls with high vaulted ceilings, floors of mosaic tile, and pools of heated water. He is surrounded by art and statues. For a few hours, he lives like a king. It is a gift that buys more loyalty than any speech ever could. The emperor keeps us clean, the people think. The emperor makes us feel human. In the campus marches, the old field of Mars, where soldiers used to train, a new city rises from the grass. The Pantheon is built, Agrippa's temple to all gods. Though the version we see today is a later reconstruction by Hadrian, the original was awe-inspiring, a statement that Rome's arms embrace every deity in the sky. Nearby, the mausoleum of Augustus rises, a colossal circular tomb, topped with cypress trees and a bronze statue. It is a tomb built by a man in his 30s, a grim but practical signal. I am here to stay. My ashes will rest here. This is the center of the world. But the centerpiece of this marble revolution is the Forum of Augustus. It is built to relieve the overcrowding of the old Forum, but its real purpose is to teach history. At one end stands the massive temple of Mars Ultor, Mars the Avenger. It is a vow fulfilled, the promise Octavian made 40 years earlier at Philippi to avenge his father. The colonnades of this forum are lined with statues of Rome's great men, generals, kings, heroes of the Republic. It looks like a hall of fame. But there is a subtle trick in the arrangement. The lineup begins with Aeneas, the refugee from Troy, and Romulus, the founder of the city. It moves through the ages, through the heroes of the Republic, and it all leads, inevitably, to the Julian family, to Julius Caesar, and finally, to Augustus himself. He has rewritten history in stone. He is telling the visitor, look, all these great men, all these wars and struggles, they were just the prologue. I am the climax. I am the destination history was trying to reach. It is a breathtaking act of ego, yet it is done with such elegance that it feels like truth. Of course, the city of marble is partly an illusion. Behind the gleaming white facades, the poor still live in the subura, in teetering tenements called insulae. These apartment blocks are 6 or 7 stories high, shoddily built by slumlords, smelling of cabbage and unwashed bodies. They still catch fire. In fact, Augustus forms the first professional fire brigade, the Vigils, to deal with this. They are night watchmen equipped with buckets, pumps, and axes. It is a thankless, dangerous job, patrolling the dark, winding alleys where the marble doesn't reach. But even here, the emperor's hand is felt. He builds a massive firebreak wall to separate the glamorous forum from the gritty subura. It is a literal barrier between the rich and the poor, made of fireproof stone. It protects the beautiful new temples from the fires of the slums, but it also hides the slums from the view of the visitors. It is the architectural equivalent of sweeping the dust under the rug. The aesthetic of this new Rome is cool, rational, and classical. It is known as the Augustan style. It rejects the emotional, twisted realism of the Hellenistic East, the style of Antony and Cleopatra, and embraces the calm restraint of classical Greece. The statues of Augustus do not show him sweating or grimacing. They show him staring serenely into the middle distance, a hand raised in a gesture of peace. The Arapakis, the altar of peace, is the supreme example. It is a small, exquisite enclosure carved with reliefs of the imperial family processing in a religious ritual. The figures are calm, pious, and orderly. Even the children are behaving. It is a vision of the world as Augustus wants it to be, a place where nature and humanity are tamed by law. There is a quiet comedy in the constant construction. The poets of the time complain about the noise. Rome is a city that never sleeps, because the carts carrying marble are only allowed on the streets at night to avoid traffic jams. So, while the emperor dreams in his palace, the citizens lie awake listening to the rumble of wheels and the shouting of drivers stuck in gridlock. Some things, it seems, never change. Yet, as the scaffolding comes down year after year, the psychological effect is profound. A generation grows up that has never seen the scars of the civil wars. They only know the white stone, the flowing water, and the statues of the nice man who fixed everything. They begin to believe the lie. They believe that Rome was always meant to be this way, clean, ordered, and ruled by one man. Augustus walks through his city, perhaps touching a pillar here, checking a mosaic there. He is the landlord of the world. He knows that marble is durable. Wood rots, brick crumbles, but stone endures. He is betting that if he builds strong enough, his system will last as long as the stones. He is writing his will not on parchment, but on the skyline. And as the sun dips below the Janiculum hill, turning the white marble to a soft bruised violet, the city glows. It is no longer a den of wolves. It is the capital of the universe. The transformation is complete. The stage is set for the long golden afternoon of the empire. The greatest achievement of Augustus is not a building, nor a law, nor a battle. It is a silence. For the first time in centuries, the Mediterranean Sea is not a theater of war. It has become a lake, a vast, shimmering, sun-drenched pond surrounded on all sides by a single power. The Romans call it Mare Nostrum, our sea. It is an arrogant name, but for the merchants sailing from Alexandria to Ostia with a hold full of grain, it is a comforting one. There are no pirate fleets on the horizon. There are no rival navies blocking the ports. There is only the wind, the water, and the tax collector waiting at the dock. This is the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. It is a term that historians will later use to describe the roughly 200 years of relative stability that begin with Augustus. But peace is a deceptive word. It implies a gentle, natural state, like a meadow in spring. The Pax Romana is nothing like that. It is an engineered environment, a peace made of iron and enforced by the sword. It is not the absence of violence. It is the monopoly on violence. To understand this peace, you must look at the borders. Imagine the empire as a giant living cell. The inside is soft, fluid, and rich. Inside the borders, in Italy, Greece, and Asia Minor, city walls are falling into disrepair because there is no one left to besiege them. People travel without weapons. A man can walk from the Atlantic coast of Spain to the deserts of Syria, using the same currency, speaking the same Greek or Latin, obeying the same laws. The roads, the Via Appia, are straight and safe, patrolled by soldiers who are more like highway police than warriors. But the membrane of this cell, the frontier, is hard and callous. On the Rhine and the Danube, the legions stand guard in the freezing rain, staring into the dark forests of Germania. In the burning sands of the east, they watch the Parthian cavalry. The peace of the center is bought with the blood of the edge. Augustus realizes that the era of endless expansion is over. Rome has swallowed enough. If it eats any more, it will choke. He shifts the grand strategy from conquest to defense. He advises his successors to keep the empire within its natural boundaries. The ocean to the west, the rivers to the north, the desert to the south. It is a policy of containment. When wars do happen, and they do, they are distant, managed conflicts, police actions intended to punish a tribe or secure a trade route. They do not threaten the existence of the state. The average Roman citizen in Naples or Corinth hears about a battle in Pannonia the way we might hear about a storm in a foreign country. It is unfortunate, but it does not affect the price of bread. And oh, the bread! The economy explodes. With the seas open and the roads paved, the world begins to trade on a scale never seen before. Grain flows from Egypt to feed the mob in Rome. Olive oil from Spain comes in millions of ceramic amphorae, forming a mountain of broken pottery in Rome that still exists today, Monte Testaccio. Silk arrives from the mysterious lands of the Ceres, China, traveling the Silk Road that is now stabilized by the peace. Spices drift in from India. The Roman aristocracy develops a taste for luxury that would have made their ancestors spin in their graves. Augustus, ever the pragmatist, encourages this. He knows that a rich merchant is a happy subject. He creates a common currency that is trusted everywhere. He lowers the risk of doing business. He effectively invents the ancient version of the free trade zone. But there is a shadow side to this golden age. The peace is not a gift. It is an imposition. For the conquered peoples of Britain, Gaul, or Judea, the Pax Romana looks very different. It looks like taxation. It looks like cultural erasure. The Roman historian Tacitus, writing years later, puts a devastating critique in the mouth of a British chieftain named Calgacus. To robbery, slaughter, plunder, they give the lying name of empire. They make a desert and call it peace. It is a chilling truth. The peace is absolute because the resistance has been annihilated. Rome has crushed the opposition so thoroughly that there is no one left to fight. The silence is not just the silence of tranquility. It is the silence of the graveyard. Yet, for the generation living through it, the philosophical cost seems worth it. They look back at the chaos of their grandfathers, the proscriptions, the heads on spikes, the starving legions, and they look at their own full bellies, and they choose the quiet. The doors of the Temple of Janus, which Augustus closed with such fanfare, remain shut for long stretches. The god of war is sleeping. It is in this quiet, administrative atmosphere that a story unfolds in a dusty province of Judea, a story that Augustus will never know, but which will eventually outlast his empire. A decree goes out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. A carpenter and his pregnant wife travel to Bethlehem to register for the census. The birth of Jesus of Nazareth happens under the administrative umbrella of the Pax Romana. The roads built to move legions will eventually be used to move apostles. The peace enforced to protect the emperor will eventually allow a new religion to spread like wildfire across the world. It is one of history's greatest ironies. The machinery of the pagan empire creates the perfect incubator for Christianity. But Augustus is not thinking of carpenters. He is thinking of his legacy. He is thinking of the fragility of it all. He knows that this peace depends entirely on the stability of the center. If the emperor falls, the center collapses, and the wolves come back. He works tirelessly to ensure the system can run without him. Yet he cannot help but micromanage. He writes letters to his governors, telling them how to behave. He reorganizes the postal service. He checks the accounts. He is the ultimate bureaucrat, the man who stays up late, checking the spelling on the laws. He is boring, consistent, and indispensable. As he ages, the golden shine of the marble city begins to contrast with his own failing body. He is plagued by illnesses, stomach pains, fevers, skin conditions. He stops wearing the military breastplate in statues, preferring the toga of the priest or the magistrate. He is no longer the young avenger. He is the pater, the grandfather, the wise old man who knows what is best for everyone. The people of Rome begin to view him with a mix of reverence and superstition. They tell stories of his divine luck. They say that lightning once struck his litter, killing the slave walking in front of him, but leaving him unharmed. They say that frogs stop croaking when he orders them to be silent. He is becoming a myth in his own lifetime. But the man inside the myth is lonely. The peace of the empire has been bought, but the peace of his own house has been shattered. The Pax Romana does not extend to the family of the Caesars. While the world sleeps safely, the emperor lies awake, worrying about the one thing he cannot control, the one thing that defies all his laws and all his legions. The succession. He has built a perfect machine, but he has no one to give the keys to. The gods, it seems, demand a price for all this glory, and they will extract it from his own blood. The golden age is here, but the shadows in the palace are growing longer. The silence of the peace is about to be broken by the sound of weeping in the imperial bedroom. There is a specific kind of cruelty reserved for those who live too long. It is the cruelty of memory. Augustus rules for 41 years, a reign so long that by the end of it, most people in the empire cannot remember a time when he was not the emperor. To the world, his longevity is a blessing. It signifies stability. But to the man himself, it becomes a curse. He becomes a prisoner of his own survival, forced to stand by the grave of every person he ever loved, watching the future he so carefully built turn to dust in his hands. The central tragedy of Augustus's later years is the problem of succession. It plays out like a slow-motion Greek tragedy in the halls of the Palatine. He has built a monarchy, though he dares not call it that, and a monarchy requires an heir. The system cannot survive without a Caesar to run it, but the gods, who gave him the world, seem determined to deny him a son. He has only one biological child, his daughter, Julia. So, he treats his male relatives like chess pieces. He moves them around the board, marrying them to Julia, adopting them, promoting them, trying to manufacture a king. First, there is his nephew, Marcellus. He is the golden boy, handsome, popular, and married to Julia. He is the hope of the dynasty. But in 23 BC, a mysterious fever sweeps through Rome. Marcellus catches it. The doctors try everything, cold baths, hot compresses, but the boy fades. He dies at 19. The grief in Rome is palpable. The poet Virgil writes a lament for him in the Aeneid. Legend says that when Virgil read the lines aloud to the imperial family, "Alas, poor boy, if only you could break the harsh laws of fate." Octavia, Marcellus's mother, fainted dead away. Augustus, usually so composed, wept. He buries the boy in his great mausoleum, the first tenant of the tomb meant for a dynasty. Augustus wipes his eyes and moves the next piece. He forces his best friend, Agrippa, to divorce his wife and marry the widowed Julia. It is a loveless political match. Agrippa is as old as Augustus. Julia is a young woman, but it produces children, 3 sons and 2 daughters. The succession seems secure again, but death is not done. In 12 BC, Agrippa, the iron pillar of the empire, dies suddenly of a heart attack. Augustus is devastated. He has lost his right hand, his general, his brother in all but blood. He forces Tiberius, his dour, unloved stepson, the son of his wife Livia, to divorce a wife he loves and marry Julia. It is a disaster. Tiberius hates Julia. Julia despises Tiberius. The family is miserable, but the state must go on. Then the focus shifts to the grandsons, Gaius and Lucius. Augustus adopts them as his own sons. He calls them the princes of youth. He dotes on them, teaching them to read, training them to rule. They are the future, bright, young, carrying the blood of Caesar. The empire breathes a sigh of relief. And then the blows fall one after the other with the heavy, dull rhythm of a funeral drum. Lucius falls ill in Massilia, Marseille, and dies. 2 years later, Gaius is wounded in a minor skirmish in Armenia. It is not a serious wound, but he pines away, depressed and sickly, and dies on the journey home. The princes of youth are gone. The golden future is empty. In the dark corners of the palace, whispers begin to circulate. They point a trembling finger at Livia, the empress, Augustus's wife, the mother of Tiberius. The gossips, and later the historian Tacitus, suggest a monstrous theory that Livia is poisoning the heirs, one by one, to clear the path for her own son Tiberius. Is it true? Modern historians doubt it. The deaths were separated by years and vast distances. Disease was rampant in the ancient world, but the rumor itself reveals the atmosphere of the court, a place of fear, suspicion, and shadows. But the sharpest pain comes not from death, but from disgrace. In 2 BC, a scandal erupts that shatters Augustus's heart. His daughter Julia, the only child of his flesh, rebelled against the suffocating morality of his regime. While Augustus was passing laws against adultery, Julia was allegedly hosting wild parties in the forum at night, drinking wine on the very rostra where her father spoke, and sleeping with a string of aristocratic lovers. When Augustus finds out, his rage is biblical. He feels personally humiliated. He does not cover it up. He publishes a letter detailing her crimes. He banishes her. He exiles his own daughter to Pandateria, a tiny windswept island of volcanic rock. He forbids her from drinking wine or seeing men. He never sees her again. When people ask him to forgive her, he snaps, "If you ever bring up her name again, may the gods curse you with daughters like mine." He refers to Julia and her wayward children as "my 3 boils," painful, ugly growths on his body that he had to lance. It is a moment of profound loneliness. The man who is the father of the country has failed as a father to his own child. He has sacrificed his humanity on the altar of his dignity. Now, only one man is left, Tiberius. Augustus does not like Tiberius. He finds him gloomy, resentful, and socially awkward. He mocks Tiberius's slow, deliberate way of speaking. He once famously sighed, "Alas for the Roman people, to be chewed by such slow jaws." But Tiberius is a competent general. He is an adult. He is alive. In 4 AD, with a heavy heart and a face that barely hides his disappointment, Augustus adopts Tiberius. "I do this for the sake of the Republic," he announces grimly. It is not a ringing endorsement. It is a resignation. He knows that Tiberius will keep the machine running, but he also knows the light will go out of the empire. The last decade of Augustus's life is a long gray twilight. He is an old man surrounded by sycophants, walking through a palace filled with the ghosts of the young men who should have replaced him. He spends his time compiling a record of his achievements, the res gestae, which he orders to be carved onto bronze pillars. It is a list of temples built, monies given, wars won. It is the resume of a god. But it reads like the defense statement of a man trying to convince himself that it was all worth it. He becomes more superstitious. He worries about omens. He feels the weight of the 40 years pressing down on his shoulders. The city of marble is finished, but the man who built it is crumbling. He has outlived his enemies, his friends, his rivals, and his hopes. He is the last leaf clinging to the tree of the Republic, waiting for the wind to finally blow. It is the high summer of 14 AD. The Italian sun beats down on the Campania countryside, turning the wheat fields to gold and the olive leaves to silver. Augustus is traveling south. He is 75 years old, an ancient age for a Roman, and his body, which has been failing him by inches for decades, is finally ready to surrender. He stops at a family villa in Nola, near Naples. By a strange twist of fate, or perhaps a subconscious desire to close the circle, it is the same house where his biological father, Gaius Octavius, died 70 years earlier. He lies in the same room, perhaps even looking at the same cracks in the ceiling. The air is warm and smells of late summer fruit. The end does not come with a bang. There are no assassins this time, no daggers, no panic in the Senate. There is only a quiet, orderly shutting down of the machinery. Augustus spends his final days calmly settling business. He meets with Tiberius, briefing him on the state of the empire, handing over the passwords and the keys. He is ensuring that the transition will be seamless. He is checking the locks on the doors of the state one last time before he goes to sleep. On the final day, August 19th, he wakes up and asks for a mirror. It is a moment of profound vanity and profound self-awareness. He calls for his servants to arrange his hair and fix his sagging cheeks. Even at the door of death, he is concerned with the image. He has spent 50 years playing the role of the emperor, and he wants to look the part until the curtain falls. He calls his friends into the room. These are the men who have grown old with him, the survivors of the new order. He looks at them, his eyes still sharp in his withered face, and he asks a question that comes from the theater, specifically from the end of a Greek comedy. "Have I played the part well?" he asks. They nod, perhaps too moved to speak. Then, he whispers, quoting the final line of a play, "Since, well, I've played my part, all clap your hands, and from the stage dismiss me with applause." It is the ultimate admission. He is acknowledging that Augustus was a role, a mask he wore to save the world. He admits that the humble first citizen was a performance, and now he is tired. He wants to take off the costume. Finally, he turns to Livia. She is sitting by the bed, the woman who has been his partner, his advisor, and his rock for 52 years. The Ulysses in a dress. He looks at her, and the mask drops completely. There is no acting now, only the man. "Livia," he says softly, "live mindful of our marriage, and farewell." He kisses her, and in that kiss, he dies. The ancient sources say it was the euthanasia, the good death he had always prayed for. Quick, painless, and without fear. The breath simply stops. The architect puts down his tools. The news travels to Rome, but it does not bring chaos. There is no looting, no rioting, no civil war. The legions do not march. Tiberius steps forward, takes the ring, and the business of the empire continues without a skipped beat. It is the quietest transfer of power in Roman history. And that silence is Augustus's greatest victory. He has built a system that is stronger than the man. His funeral is a spectacle of grief and glory. His body is carried to Rome, traveling only at night to avoid the heat. In the city, the Senate meets to declare him a god. He becomes Divus Augustus, the divine Augustus. Temples will be built to him. Priests will offer incense to his name. The boy who was hunted by Sulla has become a deity. On the day of the cremation, his body is placed on a massive pyre in the Campus Martius. As the flames roar up, consuming the mortal shell, An eagle is released from the top of the pyre. It circles high into the smoke, ascending into the blue sky, symbolizing the emperor's soul, joining the stars. The story ends here, with the smoke clearing and the eagle vanishing into the light. Two men, two paths. Julius Caesar was the comet, blazing, destructive, beautiful, and brief. He showed the world what was possible. He broke the old world so that a new one could be built. Augustus was the planet, steady, enduring, gravitational. He took the broken pieces and built a fortress that would stand for centuries. Caesar conquered Rome. Augustus became Rome. And as the fire dies down to embers, the city of marble stands silent in the twilight. The forum is quiet. The Senate house is empty. The statues watch with blank stone eyes. The long day of the Republic is over, and the long night of the Empire has begun. A peace settles over the world, heavy and absolute. The history books are written, the play is done, the applause has faded. And now, at long last, the Emperor can rest. And now the scroll is rolled shut, the ink is dry. The story of Caesar and Augustus, of ambition and patience, fades into the vast, quiet library of the past. Let the noise of the legions fade from your mind. Let the shouting of the forum drift away, replaced by the soft, steady rhythm of your own breathing. The marble city is cooling under the stars. The Tiber River flows gently to the sea, carrying away the memories of the day, just as your mind carries away the worries of yours. History is a long river, and we are just resting on the banks for a moment. The great men and women we spoke of, their passions, their fears, their triumphs, are all at peace now. They have laid down their burdens, and so can you. Imagine the twilight settling over the 7 hills. The air is cool, the world is still. There is nothing left to decide, nothing left to build, nothing left to conquer. Just the soft, velvety dark of the night wrapping around you like a warm cloak. You are safe. You are calm. The past is a story, but the present is for sleep. Let your eyes remain heavy. Let your thoughts drift like leaves on the water. The empire is asleep. The world is turning slowly, gently, in the dark. Sweet dreams.